morning, everyone. Today is, what is it? Today is the 24th of January, 2018. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary Donahue. The next meetings of the authority, and this is a change from what's on the website, the next meeting will be February 6th, not the 7th. The date's being moved up one day. After that, we have a 3-week gap until the 28th of February. Then we go to March 14th. We're going to have another 3-week gap until April 4th, and then April 18th. All right, if you have any cell phones, please put them on silent, and if you have to take a call, please go outside to take the call. When we're going to call items, for the most part, in the order they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then New York City. When your item is called, please approach the podium and state your name for the record. All right, the first item will be in New York City. It's item 204B, Untouchables Enterprise, Inc. It's a request from Counsel's Office for an emergency order of summary suspension.
Ms. Marsico.
Good morning, members. Counsel's Office is here requesting that you summarily suspend the license of Untouchables Bar and Restaurant located at 40 Liberty Street in Newburgh, New York. On January 7th, 2018, at approximately 3:46 in the morning, police officers responded to a call of a shooting. When they arrived, they learned that there had been a physical altercation between two male patrons that started inside of the bar and eventually moved outside. One of the patrons fired 6 gunshots at the other male. One of those shots hit a passing-by car who stopped and spoke to the police. One of the shots actually hit the intended target. He was shot in the foot. This individual apparently ran back into the bar and continued participating in a huge melee inside the bar. At the point that the police responded, a security guard, who was not even supposed to be at the premise because they are not authorized to have security guards, ran outside and told the police that he needed help because of this out-of-control bar brawl going on inside. The police had to assist. The situation was so out of control that this man who'd been shot in the foot became aggressive toward the police officers, and he himself was arrested for obstruction of governmental administration. So this is clearly a very dangerous situation. In addition to that, only 5 days later, the police happened to be patrolling nearby at about 2:45 in the morning. Sergeant Rolla drove by because of the recent shooting. He was focusing more attention on the location. And he saw 100 people coming out of the bar at once. And he saw 25 people in the middle of the street fighting. The police were unable to arrest anybody because the situation was so chaotic and out of control. So in addition to these two egregious incidents, this place has been a focal point of police attention. The members have another matter pending before them for prior incidences that occurred. So these newer incidents come in the heel of that prior notice of pleading that we have pending before you. So clearly this licensee is not getting the message. They're not adequately supervising. A social media search indicates that they're holding promoted events and selling tickets. So
How long have they been open?
Since December of 2014?
yes. So they've had 2 visits by investigators. The first time the investigators visited as a result of the pending matter in February, it was a detailed investigation where the investigators thoroughly went through the fact that they had to be buying food. They were aware that they had to be operating as a full-fledged restaurant.
And the information we have is that they're not operating as a restaurant besides these violent incidents.
Yes, every time we go there, they don't have the tables set up that they're required to by the terms of
Oh,
their
they don't even have
license.
tables.
No, they have, they find little high-top tables, not the full dining tables. This last inspection that the investigators made, the owner called, or they spoke to the owner and said, what's going on? And the owner said, oh, we're getting a late start tonight at 11 p.m. and all the dining tables are locked up. That's why they're not. And I'm the only person that can unlock the door to get the dining table set up.
Okay.
So, there's a lot of excuses being made, but this place is clearly not functioning as a restaurant.
Okay.
Counsel, it says in the summary here, purchase from an unauthorized source, but I don't think I see anything else regarding that.
That's the charge that's on today.
Oh, gotcha. All right, that's later.
Yeah, and the investigators did a very thorough investigation on that, and they were not able to match the actual alcohol that was there that should have been purchased from Southern with the receipts that were actually produced as a result of that investigation. So it appears that some of this alcohol that they're purchasing is not from authorized sources.
Okay.
Understood. Any other questions, Chairman? All right, I will vote to summarily suspend their license based on gunshots being fired within around the club, not to mention hitting passersby. Definitely a threat to the safety of the public. This gentleman was shot in the foot, and he went back in and got involved in a fight with the police. Who was he, Iron Man or what?
I don't know if he was intoxicated or what is going on over there.
Something's going on. Anyway, but I vote to suspend.
Thank you.
I'll vote to summarily suspend as well. I make note that they do have a case on today. One of the charges that they submitted a settlement offer is a police focal point charge from 2017, and it's obvious that they didn't learn anything from that experience. So based on the violence that's occurring, the fact that they're not operating as intended, I'll vote to summarily suspend.
All right, the next item is also here in New York. It's number 203, El Chicanito Sports Bar, Inc. Mr. Foreman? I think we have the interpreter here.
Yes, yes. Have the interpreter, the licensee, and her son, who's an employee of the bar. He has a lot of information. So, good morning, members of the board, chairman, members of the board. I have here the licensee, Nadina Madalino, a son who's works at the bar, Sergio Chiqui, and is familiar with the operations of the bar, and the interpreter, certified Spanish interpreter brought in by the board, Kova Najira.
Okay.
And the interpreter is for the licensee.
So, no, I gathered that. So you've offered $750 on these two charges, and the reason I needed to talk to him is because I need to know what he's doing to fix this situation, or he's not going to have a situation.
No, well, first of all,
Are you interpreting for him right now? Because I want the messages to him, not to you.
well, to her.
Okay.
Okay, yes, okay, so she'll translate. Yeah.
Básicamente entienden que la multa fue $750 y necesitan saber qué es lo que están haciendo.
What happened was in October 2017,
En el mes de octubre de
the
2017,
local community board called in the licensee and other businesses in the area to discuss security procedures in these kinds of businesses.
en octubre del 2017 la comisión llamó al licenciado.
So a representative of the licensee went in and met with them, and they asked that they put in a scanner, and that also that if anybody's been a problem and they're removed, that they should not come back. This was arranged in October, and in November of 2017, all the changes went into effect. In addition, without
What changes? A scanner, and that you're going to kick out troubled customers?
well, not let them back, but also, without them asking, they also, on weekends, added another security guard. I could tell you this, I saw the video of what happened, and I thought my client had a good chance of winning a trial, but because they were renewing.
So you're missing the point here. The point with me is he's paid $20,000 in fines in 4 years, on two separate cases. He's now back here again with the same kind of charge. If he comes back again, you're not going to have a client. And now, so I don't care whether you're going to win at trial, not win at trial. I don't really care. At the end of the day, you've made an offer. I'm contemplating whether I'm going to take it. But I need to know that something changed, and I'm not hearing that anything changed.
Well, there's extra security guard, there's scanners, there's a scanner, and basically,
Could you please relay that message to,
Básicamente lo que está diciendo es que han tenido $20,000 en
Members were never aware that there was security on the premise. They didn't have any there.
supervisando con ellos. Y que realmente presentar algo donde dice que
are you aware that their license doesn't even allow for security guards? Did you look at the application before you came in here?
no, I didn't look at the application before I came here. But
Can we win this case?
can I tell you what I saw in the video?
No.
Doesn't matter.
Probably this failure to supervise.
Is this supposed to be a restaurant?
No, bar tavern.
I don't know. What do you want to do here?
Well, the only reason I'm willing to consider anything here is because you got some support here, surprisingly, from the community board.
Where?
Oh, we submitted a letter. I have a copy here. If
I have it. I have it.
The community board indicating that they were satisfied with what's going on there. And that was dated December 14, 2017.
I mean, I find this, it's just, they ordered you to get a scanner, yet you don't have one sale to minor charge, yet you have multiple disorderly premises, and they don't even talk to you about security guards, which you're not allowed to have anyway. So if you've already admitted he has security guards, so I would recommend that you go back, file an amendment to the application as soon as possible, before my guys can drive up to the Bronx and write you up again. Are you going to take this?
I'm going to make it 1,000, and I think that's still like just a giveaway, to be honest about it.
Happy to accept that.
I'll take 1,000.
And you're accepting that?
Yes. Oh, him, I don't know.
Yeah, I accept that, yeah.
And you're good with
No,
licensing?
you don't have to
it?
accept it.
Oh,
They have to
oh,
accept it.
sorry. I threw it
And a
out.
requirement that he files an amended application.
You don't need to see that, do you?
No.
Okay.
You want that as part of the condition?
Yes.
All right.
But he doesn't have to come back here for that, just that it has to be filed.
Got it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a housekeeping matter. Someone signed in for Soho Hummus. Someone signed in for that?
What, something since yesterday?
All right, if you're,
Sounds like you caught something.
if you're here, that was adjourned and until the next board meeting. We sent an email out to everybody who had signed in for it. All right. We're going to go to Buffalo now. Chairman, just so you know, there is one gentleman in Buffalo who is appearing in opposition to two conditional no contest offers.
Which he can't do.
I'm just telling you, he signed in for two
Is
conditional.
someone relayed that to him, or,
Not yet.
so I'm going to have to do it? Do you think
that's
that,
why
do you-
you're-
do you-
that's-
do you think that that's a
That's why you're
thing that really should be happening?
No, but somebody, it wasn't.
You might want to have somebody up there talk
Yes.
to him.
It's item 131 and then item 128.
$131
And 128.
Oh. So we have, these are two, which one are we taking first? 131?
131.
Okay. You want to put your name on the record?
My name is Larry Gottesman. I'm from Buffalo, New York.
And you're not affiliated with this licensee, correct?
I am not. Are we on the Alley Cat or are we on the Duke's Bohemian right
We're
now?
on the Alley Cat,
Thank you.
but we don't take testimony. We're not allowed legally to take testimony in these disciplinary hearings
My
from the
apologies.
public.
My apologies. This is complete new ground for me here, so I'm just a resident of the city, and I'm here to just make it clear that we have a density issue problem on Allen Street, and both of these bars are on Allen Street, and there's basically a renewed vigor from the city of Buffalo to now start to rein in the number of licensees and the kind of latitude that they can
Okay,
give
sir,
in property.
I don't think you followed what I was saying. You can't testify.
I'm just.
So you're welcome to send us a letter reflecting all of those opinions, and we'll certainly look into it, but I can't have you providing any evidence or otherwise regarding these two licensees. It's not legal.
And there's no input into the kind of adjudication that's occurred in this particular case?
No.
So, for instance, the fact that it could be
You are
revoked
welcome,
versus-
well, I'm going to go back to what I just said. You're welcome to file a complaint with us. Detail it as much as you want. We will follow up on it, investigate it with our investigators up there, but I can't take any testimony or evidence in this instance.
I'm just trying to understand, why is there a public hearing then on this matter then today?
He's offered a settlement, and it's for the board to decide whether we're going to take the settlement or not.
And that's just a public record with no public input into that settlement?
Correct.
My apologies for taking up.
Not at all.
No problem.
But like I said, feel free to write us a letter. We do investigate every complaint.
Yeah, and I would suggest that maybe you clarify this on your website. It's not made at all clear enforcement versus licensing issues, so that would be helpful to the public. Thank you.
We'll look into that, thanks. So we're on Alley Cat. CNC I'll accept.
$1,500 accept? Yes.
And then 128. And I've conveyed your message to Buffalo.
Thanks. It's a little late. I'll accept.
Accept 128.
All right, we're going to move to, Michelle, I have nothing else in Buffalo?
There's no other matters in Buffalo.
All right, we're going to move to Albany. The item is 113. Jennifer Toth.
Jennifer Toth from Summerlin Wine and Spirits in Wappingers.
Just before you start, excuse me for a second, members, that one thing that was missed from the board write-up was the fact that in March of 2017, you had disapproved a liquor store application for this same location.
Yes.
So just that was missing from the,
From this applicant or a different
not a
applicant?
different applicant.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so I am looking to relocate my store from where it is now to about a mile, just under 2 miles away, still in Wappingers, to Myers Corners Road. That's my intention. So after 16 years in the plaza that I'm in, I'm looking to relocate and hopefully be able to.
Why?
I mean, the plaza that I'm in right now has been going downhill. So there's a lot of vacancies, there's a lot of issues with the maintenance. We've had a leak above my store from a pipe that burst from the landlord turning heat off. It took over 3 weeks to repair it. We got giant potholes. There's a lack of foot traffic through there. And a drug and alcohol rehab facility just opened upstairs for my business as well. It's just,
That's probably helpful.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, not in a great way though.
You can't make that one up.
No.
All right. We don't have any protest.
No protest, and
And Jackie, I'm assuming the four closest are remaining the four
There
closest?
was, yes, she was the closest store to that other application.
Okay. All right, I'll approve.
I'll approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, I don't have any other items signed in Albany. Is that correct?
No, no, sir.
Okay, we're going to move back to New York now, and the first item is 116 Coriander Factory.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. With me is Jeremy Moyal, one of the
Principals, this is a request for reconsideration on an application for a class change from beer and wine to liquor. When we appeared before you, I forgot if it was September or October, there was a split decision on whether or not to approve that, and it was a technical denial. One of the reasons, Mr. Chairman, one of your concerns and hesitation related to the claim that an alteration had been made and not filed for after we opened. And after that hearing, I spoke with Jeremy and was reminded of certain facts and got clarification. What happened was they had given me a floor plan that showed an open window in the front with some seats on the other side and the inside of the open window, which we presented to the community board, and the community board approved it with the open window. They revised that floor plan to show, instead of just an open window, an open door front. And I attached that to the papers, and you can see that's dated July. That was prepared before we filed the application. They thought they had sent that to me. I had no record of that. So they thought that the application that we filed included that revision, but it did not because we never got the plan. They built it that way, and in fact, the completion photos that we gave you show just that. And I've attached that to my letter as well. You can see.
It's not a door,
It's
It's a
door that
window.
It's not a window, it's a door that opens.
Okay.
So there was no change made after the fact. My client never made an alteration that they did not file for. When I found out.
But was the community board aware of it?
No.
Because you didn't have the chart.
They were aware that, they thought there was going to be a window, so instead of a window, it was an open door. But they were.
But it's
aware
not, I mean, it's not an open door, it's a folding French door.
Open door.
Yeah, but you and I both know that is a huge issue for community boards. So
I
they didn't
understand
see,
that,
so they might have had it in their plan to do it, but the bottom line was the community board wasn't aware of it.
Right, but let me just clarify. That's true. They were aware that there was a window that was folding open. So they were aware that the storefront would be open. They just weren't aware that it was going to be top to bottom. They thought it was just going to be
I know,
halfway.
but you know how they, particularly in this neighborhood, you're fully aware how they react to this stuff.
That's correct. But when I found out about it, I filed an alteration application because I wanted the record corrected. Now, we hadn't made an alteration, but we filed for an alteration, and when we went to the community board for that, they were okay with it. And then the authority then approved that. So the
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and you know, to be honest with you, and I remember this, because it wasn't really that long ago, and I went back and watched it, and you know, I'm not ready to reconsider because I kind of agree with the ALJ, which said he thinks you should wait a year, and I kind of agree with him. I mean, you filed, you know, we all know how hard it is to get a license here in this neighborhood, and he knew that going in, I'm sure under your advice, that file for the RW, you won't have as much objections from the community board, and then we'll go and try to get a regular one later on, which is fine. I don't have an issue with that. But to do it this quickly, I do. So, I mean, I think you do need to wait.
Well, let me address the waiting period then, if you're not going to approve it now. You asked us to wait a year from, I think, September.
Yes.
Many times applicants on new applications come in here, they compromise on some issues, typically it's ours, and they're told, sure, you can always come back here, but don't come back in less than a year, wait a year. I would ask that that be reduced for 6 months because we have already been operating for 2.5 years and have done so without any violation. So I think.
Yeah, but you and I both know that the reason they don't want an OP there is not because your client was a risk of violations. It really has nothing to do with that. So the fact that he's behaving as he should, which I give him all the credit in the world for, doesn't really affect my decision. Unless he was behaving badly before, which I don't have any evidence that he was.
So then the question is, why wait? Why would he have to wait another year to?
Because at least then, there's a track record that I can go back to the community board and say, listen, there's no issue here as far as noise. There's no issue here as far as lines. There's no issue here as far as music.
But that's my point, is we already have a 2.5
Yeah,
year
but
track
then,
record.
but I feel more comfortable with the year since you've applied.
You won't give us an opportunity.
A year's a year. Now you can apply in August, so you end up here in September. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
As long as we get here
Yeah,
before you and with the
correct.
year.
You don't have to wait to file it, but I'm not going to approve it before the year is up. All right. Thank you. And I might not be here, who knows?
I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration as well, even though I approved it before, but a year is a year.
Thank you.
Next item is 170, Z Live, Inc.
Morning, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea. They're operated as a lounge, as a club, as a restaurant. It has multiple stories. We have spent some time negotiating with counsel's office, and you have the offer. It includes a monetary penalty and a 7-day suspension. While the premises are open to the public, a significant portion of the business is also private events. We do have some...
Private events, when you say private events, are they promoted private events?
No, they're not promoted. I'm talking about bar mitzvahs that are coming up in February, and I understand that the way the suspension works is that when the order is written up, someone goes out and does that. We would prefer not to be in a position where we have to tell somebody a week before a bar mitzvah, we can't host it, you have to find. So I would request, if possible, that and again, whenever the suspension is, it will harm the business because we are going to be closed down.
That's the point.
I understand that. So I don't want you to think that we're scheduling private events around this and we won't be harmed. It still is a plan.
Right.
So we would request if the suspension can take place on January 27th for a week, then we will not have to cancel.
How do we go about doing that, Tom?
Just move this to the top of the list to get the suspension out.
Can you get it out that quickly?
Yeah, it's New York, we'll be able to get somebody down there pretty quick.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that.
So effective as of January 27th.
For the sake of all of those...
27th, right, you said?
27th.
But what's going on as far as changing something? Because he looks like he has some issues.
So George Toledo is with me. He is a new general manager that just came on in December. So management has changed.
So you brought a mountain in to basically...
Yeah, kind of. It would work with me.
It probably work. That probably satisfies me too. I'm not gonna.
We also, just so you know, we originally had a security company. They changed security companies. They've now gone back to that original security company.
Okay.
And another very important point is the problem, as we understood it, was certain entertainment, certain DJs that attracted a crowd that has now been demonstrated to be problematic. We have discontinued. We've been able to identify who those entertainers are, and they are out and no longer being engaged.
And they're not using promoters, which they're aware they're not allowed to.
They're not.
Okay.
I'm only willing to go along with this because I hate to wreck somebody's bar mitzvah. So I would accept this.
I'll accept too.
Thank you.
January 27th is the suspension date.
Thank you.
All right, I just want to, one more time, if anybody's here in Soho Hummus, someone signed in for, that was adjourned. We sent emails to everybody who had submitted opposition. Okay. It's been adjourned to the 6th. All right? The next item is 190, Old Harbor, Inc.
Morning, everybody. Robert Romano. I'm here with Cheryl Faulkner, who is the principal of Old Harbor, Inc. I believe there's opposition.
Is there opposition?
Is there opposition to? Can you come up?
Good morning. My name is Anita Gandling. I own Tag Liquors in Holbrook. I've resided in the town of Holbrook for almost 30 years, and I've owned this business for 28 years. We are opposing the new application, which is located 1.3 miles away from my store. Have you received any of my
Yes.
correspondence? Okay, good. Basically, I'll just go over that. Along with several other stores in Holbrook, we supply a full line of beverages and meet the needs of our very small community. The need for another liquor store is non-existent. Another store would not be an advantage or promote public convenience or increase commerce in the town. Our small community is small and getting smaller when it comes to population and families that reside in the town. As I said in my letters, 3 public elementary schools and 2 middle schools have been shut down. We have lost families, according to the town of Islip, the town of Brookhaven, the Sachem School District. The figures are in my letters. I don't want to say they're dramatic, but a town like ours, any loss is dramatic. We have 2 business districts in our town. One is where my store is located, which is probably the busier of the 2. We have a supermarket anchor store. The other business area is also has a liquor store and quite a few successful tenants. The location that this new application is hoping to get, which is located in the middle of a residential area, which I have included a satellite map of the area. They're all single-family dwellings. The location that this store would like to go into is a small strip center with 2 existing food stores, takeout food stores, limited parking. And basically, the way I want to close this conversation is that the stores that are nearby, the 5 closest that they have to report, are all in large shopping centers with successful anchor stores, ample parking, renowned restaurants, and a steady flow of traffic. So on behalf of my store and the other neighboring stores, I respectfully ask that you dismiss this application and allow us to continue providing Holbrook with the wine and spirit needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Robert Romano with Cheryl Faulkner. While I would agree that this is a strip center, and the other stores are in more prominent areas, this store will provide services that are not available in the area, in the area. And I understand this board tends to be reticent in granting new applications in Long Island. And Ms. Faulkner was well aware of that when finding this location. She picked a spot that's really in the bullseye of the 4 closest stores, one of them which I believe is an airport store and has very, very limited sales.
Which one?
That would be.
Oh, yeah, I see that, yep. Yeah, the 4th closest, okay.
The airport. That's why the sales figures are extremely low. The population of this area has been relatively flat. It has not gone down, but I think since 1990 it went up when the women's store was opened originally 27 years ago. I think population's gone up about 13%.
Since how long ago?
That's 27 years, so it hasn't gone up significantly, but it has not shrunk. The closing of the schools was done primarily for consolidation and the aging of the community, but not the shrinkage of the population. Now, Ms. Faulkner was going to explain in her own words what exactly she'll be offering. She's looking to only open 500 square feet of retail here. This is not something that's going to have any significant impact on the surrounding stores. She's opening it for a reason, and that reason was she was asked by many friends who live in the immediate vicinity of this store to open a store. She's got extensive experience, which I think you can explain now what it is you're going to be offering that the other stores do not.
Sure. Good morning. I have best friend that lives directly behind my store, which is how I found this location.
You have a
And
what?
my best friend
Oh.
lives in actually the house directly behind this location. She has lived in that community for a very long time. She was always complained about not so much the liquor selection, but the wine selection in these stores, and which does correspond with all their, well, that particular store's Yelp reviews, which all complain about the wine selection. I'm not looking to compete on big brands like the rest of these bigger stores. I'm looking more to showcase more of New York and Long Island product, which most of these stores don't have, because I did visit them recently, and they do not have these products, and if they do, it's very, very, very minimal. So I'm looking to more showcase more Long Island and New York product in a very small, oh, well, anything from sparkling point champagnes to wines from Raphael, McCary, Bedell, Wolfer Estates, Puglisi, things of that nature, which are not offered in the area. And everybody from that area would have to travel to the vineyards to buy those products, which at the vineyards are more expensive than you would buy in a retail store.
This is going to be an open floor plan store, right?
Yes.
What else is in the strip mall now?
It is like a Spanish bodega store right now and a Chinese restaurant.
So just two other businesses.
Yes, yes,
So is the one that you're proposing to go in the only one that's vacant?
yes.
And where are the
No,
two,
I'm sorry, there is one other vacant store in that strip mall.
There is plenty of parking.
Yes, there is. There's two different sides for parking, and each side has at least, I want to say, at least 15 spaces on each side.
and how far is the store you're working at now from this?
It's about 15 minutes away in West Babylon.
So what's that? 5 miles?
No, it's more than 5 miles.
And who owns that?
Alexander Lupinar.
So no relation to you?
No.
And the other one you worked at was
Yes.
Europa? How do I say that?
Europa. Same location, different previous owner.
Oh, okay,
I've been there through both owners.
okay.
I've been at that location for about 6 years as a manager.
And what are you doing, so other than the New York wines and other products you want to carry, what are you doing that the other liquor stores in the area don't do, if anything?
Well, it'd be more
Tastings, anything?
Yeah, every week, and if possible, multiple times a week, and especially for these New York and Long Island products.
And you're going to be there every day?
Every day, all day, every day. I'm already doing that now at somebody else's business. I'm looking to do about 70% wine, 30% liquor, and out of those wines, I'm looking to do at least 50% in Long Island, New York products.
50?
It's very possible. New York and
You
Long
shouldn't
Island.
throw a number out like that, because that could hold you to
New
it.
York and Long Island carries great
I,
product, and not a lot of
it
people.
seems like only you and I know that, though.
And not a lot of stores do carry a lot of Long Island and New York products. And in that particular area, very minimal.
And again, only 500 square feet.
You have any other questions, Chairman?
No.
What was that?
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm ready to vote. I'm looking at the other stores around, and nobody's really doing great. And they're all located in shopping hubs, right? Including the closest store to the north of you. But it looks to me like you're situated, within walking distance of a large residential community. I think being only 500 square feet, I think there is a public advantage and convenience for definitely all those neighborhoods around you where I suspect would be most of your business would be coming from. So for that reason and for that reason alone, I'm willing to vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. One, because you have significant experience having managed a store for, what'd you say, the last 6 years?
Last 6 years.
And the store, given its small size and its location and the fact that one of the four closest is actually not even, it appears not even regularly open because of what the type of store it is. I think there is a public convenience and advantage to adding another one, so I'll vote to approve.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck.
All right. Is the attorney and the licensee here for Union Grand Corp? We have the interpreter, that's what I want to check. Okay. Next item, 185, Seward Park Liquors, Inc.
Good morning. Stacy Weiss I'm actually here for the landlord of of Seawood Park.
Why?
Okay. I'm here to petition the board not to impose a restriction on the premises. There's a outstanding fine, CNC
Okay, in a
on this.
nutshell, there's a new application for this location, and the licensee at this current location has an application to remove to another location. One goes out, somebody new her client goes in.
So there's,
I got two.
the liquor store's actually there, and right now, and we actually,
Oh.
It's a tough call, right? I don't know, did they put
No,
him on
he's out.
deposit for safekeeping?
We have, the marshal removed him, and he has his license is still active, but he's no longer in the premises. He hasn't had a lease since February.
and how far is he moving? Do you have any idea? Not that that's
Yes, he
before us right now.
He put an application in while his.
But how far from where he is he
800
moving?
feet.
He's moving 800 feet, and then you have a client that's moving into where he is?
And my client put his application in,
But he already has a license.
well, what happened was,
All right, well,
If we're
that's not here
You're
now.
going to get both of them
Yeah.
anyway, so that's.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
well, we would like to pay the,
Yeah, I'll accept.
we would like to.
I'm just looking forward to the
Are you
next
gonna, I
one.
know, you want to reactivate
We would
yours,
like to reactivate my client's license.
your client's application.
I have the, yeah.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Well, he didn't accept it yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay, now I will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item is 154, JR's Pizza and Brew Corp.
Anyone here in opposition? Just thought I'd ask. Go ahead.
Stacy Weiss for the applicant. Well, actually, he's licensed with a temporary right now. We had gone to the community board back in February, this application. They actually had gone to the Block Association, BAMRA, approved unanimously for the license application, no problem. And we went to the community board. They were asked to change the bathroom. There was an issue 2 years ago with the bathroom. The previous licensee had a problem with the bathroom. They were buying the place from that licensee. We were asked to have the bathroom changed before they would even see them, which they worked on for 2 years to get done. They didn't do it, but they had the plans for it. We went in front of the community board, showed them the plans, they had no problem with it. They said, thank you for doing that. Okay, we were ready. They said, okay, we want you to change the awning. They said they would change the awning. They said, okay, thank you. They asked them, okay, we want you to change the front of the place. We don't like the way the front of the place looks. They said, okay, we'll do that. They said, okay, we also would like you to change the prices because we think the prices are too low, and that might cause a problem. They said, okay, we'll change the prices. They said,
Why would that cause a problem?
well, they said the prices were too cheap, and that might, they didn't
For
like.
pizza?
Yeah, they didn't like the prices. They
But I mean, what was the problem it was going to cause? Did they think there was going to be a big run, that all Manhattan is going to run into Greenwich
Yeah,
Village to buy
yeah.
pizza?
That's what they thought. But they said, we'll do whatever you want us to do. What you want us to change, we'll change the prices, we'll do whatever you want us to do.
All right, so what's the...
Okay, and then they said, can you change your hours? And they said, okay, we do whatever you want, but we won't change our hours. It's a transfer, we want to keep the same hours,
What were the hours on the old one?
Yeah, hang on. Do you know what they are, Stacy?
Yeah, they were, I haven't,
I'll just confirm it.
They were, sorry, I do have them here. Yeah, you could, sure, please. they know the hours, and I'll find them, but they could talk about them.
Sunday through Wednesday till 2 a.m., Thursday till 3 a.m., Friday, Saturday till 4 a.m.
To 5. It was so.
That's what you want, or that was what the old owners had?
Exactly what the old owners have. And I have Bamra. Bamra has that's the,
You said Friday till 5?
yeah, but they only serve till 4, but they're open
Obviously,
till 5,
yeah,
yeah.
all right.
I have the stipulation here from Bamra. Let me just find
Yeah,
it.
we have all those isolated on the license. We have the same ones.
Do you have it there? I sent it in. Here it is. Bambra's, yeah, it's Sunday to Wednesday, 10 to 2, Thursday, 10 to 3, Friday and Saturday, 10 to 5. Bamra approved it. Of course, it's alcohol until 4 on Friday and Saturday, but they stay open serving pizza till 5. And they unanimously approved it. They went and met with them, no problem. It's a tavern wine license, and,
I mean, you understand the risk of staying open till 5?
oh yeah, no, they.
No, did you explain it to them? I know they're not supposed to serve, but the problem is if somebody goes in there and somebody's got a beer,
Oh, yeah, no, they.
you're liable to lose the license.
They've had a temp for 3 months already. They're on their second temp. You
Mm,
know, they've been.
That extra hour, I think, is nuts, but whatever.
They also had no music on Friday and Saturday.
No music?
No music Friday and Saturday.
So they can have music the other days? Do you have any music?
It's a small place. I mean, it's a really tiny, I mean, it's like, you know, they got like four or 5 tables. Background music, just, yeah, they got TV, they got background, yeah, I mean, it's a tiny place.
And the bathroom situation has been fixed?
Yes, it's been resolved.
So we're not walking through the kitchen anymore?
No, they got it blocked off, the way they have it blocked off. Everybody's approved of it.
All right, I'll approve the hours that the old licensee had.
Mr. Inclan, is that how it's pronounced? You are still at NYU School of Medicine during the day? All right, well, I'll approve as well. I don't know when you're going to sleep, but good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The next item is 121 14th Street Wine and Liquor Corp.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioner. My name is Henry Warakomsky. This is a reconsideration on a disapproval for a new liquor store in Far Rockaway.
So what's new here?
All right, well, first thing, they're not going to operate as a bulletproof store. They're going to stay open, and
But that wasn't, I mean, that was one issue, but the other issue I had was,
supervision. They're hiring a new manager who's going to be working there with experience around 5 hours a day, 7 days a week. He's going to, give them the know-how to run the business, and he's going to price everything, how to order, and he's an experienced manager. And this was, location. We weren't adding a new location. There was a store that was closed. We were just, supplementing another store. There was a store that was closed. I think the Grapevine, wasn't it?
So he's still going to work as the
business.
yeah, but we opened one in November of 2016. When did it go out of business?
They didn't even knew their license, Grapevine. I think
When?
I think it came up in August 31st.
And where was that located?
It was at 289 Beach, 14th Street. It was 0.8 of a mile.
Yeah, that was one of the closest stores.
That was the second closest store.
The
So we're not
second
adding
closest
another
store?
And in this area, it's growing. There's a lot of construction going on.
That's because it got wiped out in a hurricane.
Right, okay, but people are
Well, it's not
moving back.
growing, it's being rebuilt.
Well, yeah, but people are moving back. You know,
More than 100 apartments are being built there.
they have 154 apartments being built on Beach Channel Drive.
Yeah, this is the only time it hasn't, I don't know why. I wondered that myself, Jackie.
the store is only gonna be 420 square retail space. So it's not a big store.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'm same as I was before.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll vote to grant reconsideration and, again, approve, especially since you're going to go to an open floor plan.
I'm going to still vote to deny. I'm going to deny the reconsideration. I don't see, the fact that you were an open floor plan is helpful, but the main reason that I voted to deny is, one, we just put a store in there in November of 2016. It's a small community. The store is 1.3 miles away. And the sales numbers of the surrounding stores, at best, are flat, and two of them are declining. So
But they went in personally, we went in personally, and we saw they don't have a selection of wine. It's closed. How are people gonna go in there and choose what they want?
well, I mean, one of them is doing $1 million, but it's going down.
Some people don't even show properly what they're
But
doing.
with all this new construction, people moving back.
It's not new construction, they're rebuilding it.
Technically, all these years.
I was down there right after it happened. It got wiped out. They're rebuilding it.
But this is new construction they're building
But if
in.
people moving in, obviously the sales are gonna go up.
Oh, I'm still stuck with, I'm voting to deny the reconsideration. Thank you.
The next item is 119 Columbus Wine Company LLC.
119?
119, take it out of order.
Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, my name is Jim Lenan of the law firm Lenan and Fallon. I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Hey, and I just want to cut to the chase here because I think we're fine. Can you just explain what happened, quick?
Ure. Mr. Reister became a small partner in this business in early 2015. And in December of 2015, he bought the business and became the owner of it without the benefit of hiring an attorney to do due diligence. He had a license from the federal government. He had a importer's license and he had a wholesale license. He was told by the folks who were running the business that he was covered. His alcohol was stored in a licensed facility. His alcohol was transported by a licensed carrier. He has many years' experience in the wholesale business, but in the sales end. He was never in the compliance end. When he was advised that he should have a New York wholesaler's license, he made the application and he disclosed fully to the authority everything that was going on. If he had not been candid, if he had tried to fly under the radar, we wouldn't be standing here, but he has been candid and forthright in saying, here's what I've been doing. When he was advised that he needed a New York license.
Who advised him? Us?
A customer. He
Oh, one of us, okay.
And who said, no, what's your New York license number? No, I have a federal license. No, you need a New York license. He filed the application.
Okay.
When he was told that that was necessary.
So how long was he doing without a license?
3 years.
3 years? And who?
This is Sean May, I'm sorry.
Hi.
Mr. May is an associate in my office. He wrote the
Have we met
documents.
before? You look very familiar. Oh, okay. All right, I don't see any intent here. And Jackie, this was the only issue with this application?
Yeah, it's kind of a big one, but.
No,
I mean,
get
so,
that.
yeah,
I don't
we
think they
just
would have
send it-
driven down from Albany. if it
No,
was-
just send it, you can send it back and we'll work on it. We'll finish it up.
All right, I'll grant the reconsideration, send it back to licensing.
I will as well, because when it was brought to your attention, you immediately chose to resolve it and not just continue. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt as
And
well.
I would just add, I know I should shut up and walk away, but I would just add.
Yeah, you already won.
That, that since then, he has not solicited, in fact, has refused business by people who have called him. So he's doing his best.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is 151, Hoppel Best Wine and Spirit, Inc.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for the applicant, who is this gentleman. This is his daughter-in-law, who is here to translate if necessary. His English isn't.
Do we have any
superlative.
opposition? I think we might. Let's hear for those folks first, please.
Good morning. My name is Frank Mazzone. I'm with the Spirit Locker, and I have written a letter of protest. I don't know if you have it in front of you or not, but.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I detailed a couple of reasons why this application should be denied. There were three previous denials in Hop Hog, two of which were in the same shopping center that this application is in. One of them was denied specifically because of Sandy's Liquors, which was diagonally across the street from this new applicant. And their sales were real low, and they subsequently went out of business. The sales in the area, I don't know if you have the sales sheets in front of you, but all of our sales have been declining, particularly since, we've gotten hit with the wine guy. I'm even hearing people going to Total Wines in Westbury from Hop Hog, which I guess they said they were going to get people from far away, and they in fact have. But that's another story. Sandy's did go out of business, and you previously approved in July an application for Smithtown Liquors, which I believe he's here today. And I'll let him speak for that, but we really feel that the area is oversaturated with liquor stores, 4 stores within a 1 mile radius there. I mean, this is not like New York City or Queens. I mean, we're half-acre building lots. The ratio of customers per square footage of retail is low, much lower than it is in the suburban areas and in the urban areas, I should say. And, it's not like they're going to add anything to this atmosphere out there. We all do tastings, on the weekends. We do customer, we try to give them an insight as to, what wines to pick, pairing with wines. We all carry New York State wines. I personally carry in excess of 60 wines and spirits that are produced and developed in New York State. And that's basically it. I don't see any, I think this would be, there would, 5 stores within a 1 mile radius is just oversaturation for our area.
When did Sandy's go out of business?
They went, was it 2016? Yeah. Yeah, 2016, they went out, and Smithtown Liquors went in there.
July of 2017.
Yeah.
Smithtown Liquors, though, had been open since 2012, right?
That's a different one. That's a.
It's Smithtown Spirits.
Oh, okay. So which is the Smithtown, so that's not one of the 4 closest, I see.
That was actually, sorry, that was Sandy before, and we basically, we opened in July.
You're Smithtown Liquors?
Smithtown Spirits.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Smithtown Spirits. So.
Oh, so you were Sandy. I mean, you're in Sandy's spot. Sandy's was open since 2012. You just bought them?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, they were.
So there's no closure. You bought the store that was there?
It was a new application, yes. They surrendered their application.
So why is this
Hang on a minute.
treated like a transfer on our thing?
I'm sure there's an answer somewhere.
So basically, we just approved last July, and we hardly doing anything. My wife lost the job, so that's why we were trying our best to do something. As as everybody can mention, we hardly doing anything.
Okay.
The sales not that much increasing now after the holidays. We just picking it up a little bit. We had a good hopes, and now when we saw these new applications and just cross the street, very it's not even a quarter mile from our,
Why are our numbers our distances all different too?
I'm still on the last question.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Can you put your name on the record, sir?
Yes, Bahadur Tiara.
Okay. And anybody else want to talk?
Good morning to the board. My name is Rich DeAngelis. I'm here on behalf of Top Shelf Wine and Spirits. And if I could ask, Mr. Commissioner, the reason why the distance is, something's up with the Google Maps, because even I did the same thing last night and tried to Google my address to that address, and it took me on a drive around, a mile and a half, which literally, the application that they have applied for is about 800 feet as the crow flies, right over, right across
Which
the
store are
street.
you again?
Top Shelf Wine and Spirits in
So
Hopewell.
you're saying they're literally 800 feet from you?
Yes, they are. and-
Not 0.7 miles?
No, they're not. I mean, I have a map here that I printed
Is
out
it because that route, can you walk across Route 11?
Walk.
Yeah.
There's another entrance literally right across the street from my shopping center where you could literally drive right in. I do not know why it don't show that.
I don't
but
either.
It's here.
Do you?
No.
We had this problem prior applications.
Three
that
questions
in the
back now. I'm
building.
getting on it.
Okay, well, hold, she's
All right,
still
first
answering.
off,
Hold on
we
one
talk- Okay,
second.
Smithtown Spirits, it was originally licensed, Sandy's was licensed in 2012. It transferred in 2017.
It did transfer, though.
It did transfer,
Yeah,
and
okay.
it did come in.
No, I'm sure it
Yeah,
did.
it
I
did.
just,
Okay,
but
just
it
saying,
wasn't,
yeah.
that's why it's not being treated as new on our sheet. Okay.
All right, and the other one,
Yeah, if I could
far
approach
as
the
the
petition, I could show
distances?
you.
No, I believe you. I don't need to see
Okay.
it.
And I don't want to repeat Frank.
Yeah, no, there's no need to.
I'd like to
Thank-
see it.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I could show you.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I couldn't believe it last night either.
Don't you have it here?
Literally, here's my store here, right, and it's right, there's an entrance right here, we can go, here's the store. So here it is right across the street, but it's taking me around this whole loop to get to the shopping center.
see.
I don't know why.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
From Aqua Vitae Wines and Liquors, Dhruv Bansal.
and put your name on our,
Dhruv Bansal.
okay.
I'm the third closest among these. For the same reasons, I'm here today.
And how far are you away?
If you go by boundary to boundary of the shopping center, I'm right about half a mile. And just because we are located in between the shopping center.
So your distance is pretty accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that had to be something with Google, because even our GIS had it at 760 feet.
Yeah, because we
for
are
top
straight
shelf.
across
Yeah.
on the same road, so probably it's accurate. Smithtown Liquors, the Sandy's license was closed. The store was closed for over a year before they applied for the license. And for us, it was a new application. I don't know how you guys treated it.
And how long have you been open?
This is my third year. I'm going to complete my third year.
Oh, 2015, right? Okay. All right.
You know, looking at my notes here, I had problems trying to determine that as well with Google.
Right.
Interesting, okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Yang is an experienced restaurateur. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's another application.
No, that's next week's. Previous liquor store owner. He's had a liquor store from 2007 to 2015 in Brooklyn. So he certainly has lots of liquor store experience and wants to.
Did he sell that store or just close it?
He sold the store.
Any particular reason? Since he's opening another one already?
Why did you sell this? I wish I could understand what she's trying to tell me. Maybe I need a translator. You had a store in Brooklyn until 2015, and they're asking you why you closed that store. Is business not good there? Why did you close that store, and now you want to open up a new store someplace else? Talk into the mic.
Okay, so he's my father-in-law. So
2015 he sold the store because like in Brooklyn there's a lot of selling the spirit, but he is more into wine, so that's why he wants to to find another location, and then we're selling mostly the wine, and then he was thinking like Long Island will be the.
So you're telling me he had a store in Brooklyn, and because he's into wine, he wasn't selling enough wine, so he wants to open one in Long Island? Are they drinking more wine in Long Island?
Well, that's what we thought. Like we will the wine area.
Does any other family member own a store?
Do anybody else in his family own a store?
No.
Currently, no.
Does he still hold the promissory note for the business he sold?
Does he currently, is he still getting payments on the store?
No.
No.
No, he's
No.
has no any interest to the promissory.
He didn't loan them, there's no note on that? He didn't loan them, they don't owe him money on the store still?
No.
So how was he paid? Was he paid in all cash?
How was he paid for the store in Brooklyn that he sold? At the closing, did you
Yeah,
receive cash?
No, they transfer the pension. They have just on the.
When there was a closing, let's make up a number. He sold the store for $500,000. Did he get $500,000 at the closing, or did he get $300,000
Oh yeah,
at the
he got a
closing?
full amount.
He got the full amount at closing.
Then why do I have a promissory note for equal payments? I'm just going to see how long it lasted. There's no end date on this.
As mixed up as the Google Map situation, I guess.
Who bought the store, do you know? The one that he had?
Name is
Yeah, I think by the terms of it, it should be done, but it was probably for a year.
No, nobody from your family?
No.
And
it's
you're
no
making a representation to them that there are no notes outstanding? He's not collecting any money for the
No.
store anymore? Okay.
So why, so beyond that, why do,
Well, he's going, this is,
why do we need another
echo
store?
Mr. Romano's case from a half hour ago, that I made the representation in my letter, not 50%, which you were amazed that someone would carry 50% Long Island at New York State products. We're
I'm
making,
not amazed, it's just a,
I know, it's a big number.
yeah.
I thought the big number that I presented is 40%, and they're willing to provide their customers.
But beyond that, why, and I'm assuming all you guys have New York products, maybe not 40%, but you all carry New York products? So beyond that, why do we need another store 800 feet from another one? Particularly when we just put one in 2015.
Between,
Well, no, that one was there already, but
having the, obviously it's Long Island, obviously there's lots of new Long Island wineries, lots of new Long Island distilleries. We provided you with lists of products and the distilleries and wineries that, from Long Island and from upstate that he's going to carry. Yes, the other stores do carry New York merchandise, but he will have not 50%, but 40% of his inventory, and you can go out there, if you give him a license, you can go out there and check it out in a few months. He will be carrying a large selection of New York products, which I know that the authority is very much in favor of, as is obviously the governor.
of course we are, but it doesn't, I don't know that in a situation like this that we have here, where we have, 4 stores within, it looks like 1.5 miles, one of which we just opened in 2015. I don't know that alone is going to carry the day, the fact that he's going to carry 40% New York products.
The first
I'd
gentleman,
like it to, but I don't know that it will.
the first gentleman who spoke in opposition talked about that that the sales are declining, which I beg to differ based on the information I received from the authority.
Well, I'm assuming you got the same information I did, and well, so for Smithtown Spirits, because they just bought it last June.
So that's sort of
So we
irrelevant.
have, we're right, we don't have any sales numbers.
Correct.
For the store that opened in 2015, we really only have a year and a half of actual sales. So we don't know whether they're up or down. And the fourth closest is clearly having declining sales. They're down 120,000 on 850.
Yeah, but from 2016 to what they reported for the first 6 months of 2017, I'm not sure what their end of the year 17 figures were, but for the first 6 months, they were at about 400,000.
Yes.
So they're going to be at approximately the same level, maybe greater than what they were in 16.
That may be, but I look at 4 years. I don't look at one. And I think with the fact that I can't get any bearing on the other two stores because we don't have enough information yet.
The closest store has increasing sales. Top Shelf, I don't.
Yeah, but it's 700 feet away, 800 feet away. So what's your argument, that I want to take half of that guy's sales? The point of the sales is that what's the demand for alcohol, and I don't, with the numbers that I have, and I'll give you that Top Shelves have gone up. The other ones, I don't have enough information except for the fourth closest, and that's gone down significantly.
Well, let me just raise one other point. Obviously, we're going into a mall with about 15 stores, including an AC Moore and including a ShopRite supermarket, and many malls do very well when there is quote-unquote one-stop shopping, and we've got a supermarket and a liquor store in the same mini mall. This is the Hauppauge Mall. So there is a supermarket as the main store in the Hauppauge Shopping Center, and it will benefit the consumers.
But I guess the question is, what's changed since we denied an application in that store, in that plaza?
I think that denial was not in the recent past. I think it was several years ago. Maybe.
So what's changed, though? In fact, if it was several years ago, there's another store already that we've added. The population hasn't increased.
That is certainly correct.
And
we have an experienced liquor store owner who wants to open up a store that's going to carry a considerable, obviously 40% selection, which will be much more New York products than any of the other stores carry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any
No.
question?
I'm sure he's a fine, experienced person to run the store, but to follow along with what it sounds like the chairman's thinking, I just don't see the need. It's not demonstrated to me, and I just don't see the reason to put another liquor store right across the street from one, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. There's 6 stores within 2.2 miles. The closest store is 800 feet away. And while they show steady sales, we don't have information on 2 of the 4 closest because of how new they are. And the fourth closest is showing a decline. I just don't see, I realize the 40% is, and that's great. I hope he finds a spot and uses 40% New York products, but I just can't see putting another one here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 130 Lexington Avenue BBQ LLC.
Mr. Mailer, I have to admit, it pains me to say this, but after we spoke, I did note on my sheet that I did write down, Mr. Mailer is likely correct as to your controversion. So I just wanted to make that note for the board. You may never hear it again. I don't know.
I mean, you two sit in appellate review of administrative law judges.
Girl finds it out once in a while, don't they?
Yeah, exactly right. Even the blind one. Believe me, I'm just about wrong. I mean, look, by the way, Martin Mailer mailing me something. This one is textbook. Yes, there was an altercation. It was very quick. Security immediately ran down. The perpetrator ran up. He ran outside the premises. The security ran after him. The manager came down, rendered assistance to the person who was injured, called 911, called an ambulance, went back upstairs, and with security kept the perpetrator's party inside the premises so that they would have someone, or they kept, actually what they were saying was, please tell your guy to come back. This is wrong. Yeah. While all this is going on, The police show up, they see the guy coming back, security runs out, they run into a squad car, they tell the squad car, that's the guy. They nab the guy, and the best part about all this, I've been doing this a long time, no summons was issued to this premises. This is a premises that doesn't get in trouble. It's been open for 10 years. It's never had a history. This is a chain. It's known as Jimmy's. All right. So all I can think of is that this ALJ was rather new and went against established case law and found that there was a violation. You must suffer and permit this. Your own guide to licensees when they first get a license says, please call the police. It won't be held against you. And there isn't anything else this place could have done.
Is the basement licensed?
Yeah, the basement's licensed. The basement has the bathroom. I think the ALJ even got that wrong.
Spot. I realize that's where the bathroom is, but is there also a customer area down there?
There is, but what was happening was it was 2:30 in the morning. The place was closing down. People were going to the bathroom. Not that that was a closed part of the premises. The entire premises was closing down. The kitchen had just closed. The kitchen's down there, and there is seating down there as well. But I don't know what precipitated this whole thing. There were 3 people down there, I guess, waiting to go to the bathroom. The perpetrator came down there for no reason at all, hurls an expletive at one of the women that were down there. She says, that's no way to talk to a lady. The male says, that's no way to talk to a lady. This enrages this guy. He throws a glass at them. He throws the chairs at them, pummels the guy who came to the aid of the other 2 women, and then runs up the stairs. I mean, this happened within 1 minute. Security came down. The manager came down.
I assume you agree with him?
I do.
So the ALJ sustained the charge. I'll dismiss the charge based on your controversion and
We'll
counsel's
see this
recommendation.
I know Marty's very excited right
No,
now.
it's not that I'm excited.
It's all on tape. You can.
You can replay it.
Show me the tape, but the police took the tape.
No, this will be on tape. You keep
Well,
saying
he's got it. I voted that.
Yeah, you have one. Yeah.
He was leaving too.
I don't know. What should I do here, Counselor? I don't know.
It actually doesn't really matter.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dismiss as well.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Next item is 172, Cocktail Art LLC.
I didn't know what that was.
That was Frank.
Palillo, there's no yelling in the full boardroom.
Good morning. My name is Frank Palillo. I'm here with my client. Slowly coming up. Missed his Pilates class today, so he's not quite as limber as we would hope. I think this is an offer in compromise before you. I just want to take a few moments to introduce Bob to the members of the authority and the full board. The reason I say introduce is because Robert's been licensed since 1995 in various locations, all with 4 a.m. closings, and has a remarkably good record with the State Liquor Authority. He is not the operator of this individual location. When he did learn of what was happening here, he immediately took over and put in new management, and we are now carefully monitoring these premises. I recognize
What do you mean he's
that-
not the operator? You mean he's not on site?
No, he's not on site for this location. He has been on site for others and will be on site.
What are his others?
JJD Group,
Yeah, JJD Group, which is.
Charlie Group,
Charlie Group,
Pete's Place.
Pete's Place, well, that sounds a while ago.
That's, and at least one more.
Well, there was, right now, I was invested in Stanton Social.
Yes, you were, that's true, I forgot that.
And Downtown Dining LLC.
Downtown Dining. So a lot of places primarily focused in the Lower East Side, where he enjoys an excellent reputation. It's important that Bob come here because he's never had an issue, and he wanted to personally let you know that he's taking care of this issue. I could have easily stood up here with this simple offer and said, please take it. But Bob wanted you to see him and
I
wanted,
probably wouldn't have.
honestly.
I probably will now, but I probably would not have. Given the thing, the failure to permit inspection kind of upsets me.
I have to apologize. I came in after another attorney. I thought I saw the entire BP. I didn't see that. Yeah, no, I didn't see.
So what, so you got rid of all the management and you've replaced him?
We have a new manager, hopefully in time and we're working to make him a partner. We're in that negotiation. He owns restaurants, and I think the concept is to get this thing going much earlier.
Can I stop you for 2 seconds? They're telling me right now for the first time that the management there refused to allow the police to enter the premises and do an inspection.
That's what they're saying, yeah.
Me too. This is absolutely insane. This is why he's here. This is why he's here.
I'd like to get noticed on this.
3:10 a.m. NYPD attempted to conduct an inspection at the premises. A license for this premise was issued with closing hours of 2 a.m. And the bartender did not want to permit the inspection,
But he did?
as the premises was serving alcohol in violations of its hours of operation. I don't know whether he must have at some point, but he denied them entry.
Well, that's obviously unacceptable.
So you realize that the 2 a.m. is 2 a.m., not 3:10 a.m.? Okay.
This is actually, if I can for a second, Bob owns the building. When the tenant came along, he decided to take a piece of it as an investment.
He ran short on money as he was in the middle of it, and I said, we got to get this open, so.
Where do you live? Do you live in New York?
I lived in the West Village, been in the same block since 1988.
Okay.
But this is a total opposite for what Robert's used to, so that's why he's here.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
The next item is going to be Union Grand Corp. I think we have the interpreter here and the,
What number is that, Tom?
201.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Marek Schwab. This is Abdul. Me and Grand, we were here last couple weeks ago. He asked us to come back with the interpreter.
So we denied this place a couple times because of the veiling, and the veilee tried to, does he know the former owner at all, personally?
He bought the place from he called him Izzy.
Yeah, who the hell's let me see?
Is he Saidi?
Is he a friend of yours, or just somebody?
I met him at a cafe and he had the store offered for sale and I bought it from him.
No other relationship with the guy.
No.
And who did he borrow the money from to buy it?
I gave him 2,000 and I agreed I would pay him until 35,000.
How much a month?
Until now, I paid 2,000 and I pay about 1,000 every month.
And who you paying?
For Izzuddin.
Who?
Izzuddin.
Izzuddin, that's the
Well, then who is?
one that was disapproved.
Who's Anwar?
Who's Anwar Al-Sami?
I don't know anyone. I only know Izzuddin and I know he's the owner.
You don't know Anwar? You don't know a guy named Anwar? All right. Goodbye. You got it. His application indicates he borrowed $35,000 from Anwar Al-Selmi, and the funds are from Mr. Al-Selmi's checking account. And now he's telling me he doesn't know him, so that will put an end to this little conversation.
I don't know Anwar from the beginning.
Then you might want to go review your application, and so I deny.
Deny.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next item is 202, Srijai Corporation. 202 was an over item from,
Yeah, good morning.
What number was that?
201.
Neil Trivedi, for the applicant. Um, This was regarding a notice of pleadings. We had the hearing and we lost on it. With regard to the fine that we're asking the liquor authority to have a little,
All right, so
Sustain charge 1 and charge 2. And then what did you want to say about the fine?
well, as far as the fine, this was part of that civil police force, task force that go out. They had multiple violation. They had came on March 28th, which we pleaded guilty and paid the fine. Then they came back on April 6th, April 22nd. So basically 3 times they came in within a month and a half, and my client was not aware of it. Nobody was arrested, and we're requesting a nominal, fine as little as possible, considering that they were not made aware of it. I mean, as far as the defense, it's not relevant at this point, but, and then basically the employee we have already taken, training certificate, and we were notified of the notice of pleading, I think, end of July, August. So that was the first time that we became aware of it. I mean, I'm sure the liquor authority is aware of it, that, police department goes out there and does under public nuisance law, and numerous times they go in within a short period of time.
So you're saying the last 2 times in April, twice in April, he wasn't aware of it?
No, they didn't arrest anybody. The notice of pleading was sent out. That's when my client became aware of it for the first time.
Notice of pleading is dated.
Well, I mean, this is
Even the March 28th, I mean, the notice of pleadings was sent out by the liquor authority after the second or third charge purchase. So, I mean, how can a business prepare itself in order to, take
Well,
action?
to a certain extent, I do agree with you, but that doesn't excuse the behavior, one of which was to an under 18. I don't see too many 18-year-olds who look like they're 21, which leads me to believe they're probably doing it knowing they're doing it.
Well, he's the owner. He's always there at the premises. There is other employees there. We can't figure out which employee took care of, sold it to minor. There are no, cameras. Taping lasts about 30 days. So basically, it just.
So I'll treat these 2 as one sale and give them, and bump it up to $7,500 instead. The fine on this would have been $16,000.
I understand.
All right, so I'll give them $7,500.
And what about any possibility of suspension if we're not able to pay it? Because these are small businesses. There's no reason. I mean, compliance should be more important than fine. And when you have these small convenience stores, grocery stores, and you have a significant fine, which you just mentioned, possibly of $16,000, it really puts a burden on a small business. So
There's a reason for that. I know it puts a burden on them, and it's supposed to hurt so that they don't engage in this conduct.
yeah, but penalty is not the solution. It's compliance. It is, and
I know, and we're not seeing any compliance.
well, if they became aware of it, but anyway, they have.
Well, he's been licensed for 6 years, and.
But it only happened this March, April.
Well, it's the only time they went in that I'm aware of. I mean, are you telling? No, I don't know. They could have gone in and had sales, but the fact that they were able to buy under 21 3 times in 3 weeks leads me to believe that it's been going on quite a while.
Yeah, especially one 18 years old and under. So I think 7,500 is, I was thinking higher than that, but if the chairman's willing to do that, I'll agree to it.
I mean, I'll give you a month's suspension if you'll go along with it, but.
All right, we'll take 75.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 100, We Love to Drink LLC.
Who approved that name?
Freedom of speech.
You haven't
First
yet.
Amendment, Chairman, yep.
Today is National Beer Can Appreciation Day. Did you know
You
that?
said you weren't going to mention that.
It is?
It is. It's National Beer Can Appreciation Day, so dilly dilly. All right.
Good morning, Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant. I have the principals of the application here with me. There is some opposition as well. I
Yes.
assume you'd like to hear from them.
Yes,
first.
yep.
Thank you.
Come on up.
Hi, my name is Yobelin Fernandez. I'm with Roebling Liquors.
What's the name of the store?
Roebling Liquors?
Now, we have your letter, so if you want to add anything to it, you can, but don't repeat what's in the letter. I've already read it.
Yeah, nope, so basically that's it.
Okay. And
Claudio Coronas from DUC Wine Bar, DUC Wine Shop, that I'm 2 blocks away.
what's the name of your store?
DUC, Doc Wine
Oh, you're the
Shop,
closest, okay.
147
How long have you been there?
From 2007.
And Roebling, how long have you been?
The store?
Yeah.
Has been there since the 1930s.
And how long have you owned it?
No, I'm the assistant manager there.
Okay, okay. And you want to add anything, sir? We have your submissions.
Yeah, I came here the 21 of November for Domino Sugar. It was denied from the same lawyer. They asked for reconsideration because you told me that somebody asked for reconsideration because it was a big development. Now I'm here back because 1 block away of Domino Sugar, they're going to open another one. And how can I survive? So we are from 2007 over there waiting for this Domino Sugar without anybody over there. Now, when I can make it like
All right, no, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know we just licensed one. Okay, thank you.
Okay. The application before you, as you know, is for a retail liquor store license. Just to correct 2 points quickly. Number one, that 147 Broadway location is not 2 blocks away. You have a map with my application showing exactly how far it is away. It's 3.5 blocks away, and it's over 1,300 feet away. As far as the license that was approved by this board at the last meeting as part of the Domino Sugar facility, that is not 2 blocks away. It's much further than that. It's over 1,000 feet away, walking distance on Kent Avenue. And as the chairman pointed out, and I certainly agree with last time, that is supposed to be part of that complex, and it wasn't. It was sort of the whole idea behind the development of that project is that it would be sort of a standalone place, not that it would take business necessarily from the immediate neighborhood, and that it really was its own little campus over there. What I have before you today is a different license application at 20 Broadway, which is sort of south of where the Williamsburg Bridge is, which is really a demarcation line of sorts. And there is a pocket, if you'll see on one of the maps, and I don't know if you have it in front of you, I can show you up here just so you see what I'm looking at. These are the 4 closest stores, and this is the one that was just licensed here. These are as the crow flies.
And where is Domino's?
Domino's here.
Okay.
As the crow flies
Okay.
distance, as are all these, the walking distances. What I'm talking about is this pocket down here.
Right.
Which has no stores and plenty of development. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about all the residential and commercial development happening down here. I know you both have heard it quite a bit lately. Many of those times have been actually from me. So you know there's development in Williamsburg. You know there's residential development, new apartments opening up almost daily. We come to you today with an application that has a bit of a different spin on it than your traditional liquor store application. What makes these gentlemen and what they're planning to do here different is that these are also the proprietors of an Italian restaurant next door, or really 2 doors down from where this proposed liquor store is supposed to be. We believe that this application serves the public convenience and advantage in a number of ways. I touched a little bit on the development. I'm not going to spend too much time there because it's been kind of discussed over and over again. One of the ways that we think we can be very different is by providing a very different and unique service. None of the liquor stores in Williamsburg are attached to a restaurant. None of them have the same focus and philosophy as these gentlemen do with their restaurant and with the store. And I think history is important here because these gentlemen tried to get an on-premise liquor license for their restaurant years ago. They went to the community board vehemently denied them. They came here to protest, and they didn't get the license. They went back, they spent some time working with the community, spending time getting to know people in the community and really winning them over with their personalities, with their food, with their vision for the space. We came back with a beer and wine license. The community board was happy to approve us for it, and we ultimately got upgraded to a full liquor license, which...
Did you represent them in that?
I represented them after they got denied for the first on-premise license.
Right, okay. I remember, that's the first case I remember ever seeing sitting here. I remember that. It was Palillo that represented you, right? Frank Palillo?
So I think it speaks
I think that's
volumes.
one of the ones I voted on, okay.
I think it speaks volumes to their character in that they were able to get into the community and really turn things around for themselves, and that's what a lot of times you tell.
So that was in a residential building, right?
Correct.
And you having any problems with that?
No, they're regulars. And now 2 doors down, they're looking to open a wine and spirits
Because there was a
store.
lot of negative
Exactly.
feedback.
And there was no one for the upgrade who opposed. Everyone staunchly supported them because of, the fact that they created exactly what they said they were going to create. People appreciated that, and now they have tons of regulars in addition to the reviews that they get from a lot of major publications. A larger part of their business has actually developed in the takeout world, which is not something they saw happening. And people will call in orders, they'll come to pick up the food, and they'll say, hey, where can I buy that wine you guys sell? I'd love to buy a bottle of wine, can I get it from you? Obviously, we say no. And there's nowhere nearby that sells the same selections that they have or something close. So this is what spurred the idea for wanting to open a wine and spirit store that will work hand in hand with the restaurant. Because with this tremendous takeout business, people come in, they want to buy the food. It'd be great to send them next door and say, yeah, of course. The wine that you usually order Mr. Jones or whoever it is, we sell it next door at our wine store. It can be sort of one-stop shopping in a way where people can get their takeout, get their wine.
a wine store?
Well, there are spirits also. They kind of operate in this small batch, nuanced area of wines and spirits. They've built a lot of relationships in the years that they all have collectively in the industry, and they have sort of a philosophy with how they stock their restaurant, and they'd like to stock the store with the same. They think it can serve an additional public convenience and advantage to customers of their restaurant, residents of their buildings, and it's worth noting that between the proposed wine store and the restaurant, you have about 100 residential units above both of those buildings. So this would be a rather unique thing that no other liquor store in the neighborhood can afford patrons. As far as the selections, I listed a number of the wineries and producers that they work with. We have a beverage director from the restaurant who will be helping to curate the list for the wine store here as well to speak more in depth about what the actual inventory would look like if you'd like that. I can tell you that we've been monitoring the selections of the closest stores, and there is little to no overlap at all. You have one that is strictly 100% kosher, which we would have no overlap with. You have another store, I believe the second closest, which actually doubled their gross revenue numbers from 16 to 17, which is pretty incredible. And the other stores, there's just no crossover in inventory or in terms of store experience. The customer experience in the store is another item that would serve the public convenience and advantage here. What these gentlemen are proposing is to really take on a heavy design element, including a walk-in refrigerated section that you can't find at liquor stores and perhaps not at any liquor store or wine store in all of Brooklyn. So this will...
saying double their number?
Yeah, I was trying to figure it out too.
Let me find the... It is...
Oh, I see who you're saying. It's Del Sol.
Yeah, they're almost at their 2016
Right.
numbers at the halfway mark of 17, and we all know that there's kind of a
Is that
low
even
push
possible?
in terms of revenue. So anyway, what we're talking about here is we're talking about a potential store that will serve the overall residential growth and development in the neighborhood, will have a unique concept working hand in hand with the restaurant next door, has diverse and unique selections that will have little to no overlap with anyone nearby. They have this distinct client or patron experiential component, and with the education that they've had in their lives in the hospitality industry, and with this restaurant in this community, they have lined up great speakers, people to come to do tastings and other community events to enhance education on wine and spirits. And again, it's worth noting that these guys have a really solid track record as operators, being able to not only run a tight ship, but being able to actually win over the community in which they already operate when, you know, you guys know firsthand how vehemently opposed these members were before we got started. It's also worth noting, I believe I included a map in my submission, that right around the corner is that City Acres Market, which just opened a couple years ago. So you've sort of created, kind of south of that bridge where there are no other liquor stores, based on the way the development is going, it's sort of like a whole shopping loop down there. So there is a concentration of residents, there's a concentration of shopping centers of sorts, grocery stores, provisions, things like that. And this would fit kind of neatly in there. And it's also worth noting that, you know, I was the same attorney for Domino Wine here last time. And
Do they know that?
they know that, and so does my other client. And she said, great, I love those guys, I love their restaurant, I'm happy if they get a license too, because it's not going to affect what I'm doing. I told them I was representing Domino as well from the start, and they felt the same way.
You have any questions?
No.
Sure.
Which store are you again, sir, before, just,
It's 147 Broadway.
He's the closest.
okay. 147, all right.
147 wine shop.
Okay, thank you.
The problem that also I opened my wine bar in 2002 in Williamsburg. So I have a wine bar, like what they want to do over there. So after in 2007 I opened the wine shop. I'm Italian. I do Italian food. I connect. I know all the neighbors. I help the school PS84. My kids, they go to school over there. All the community know me. I make wine from when I was young. I have all the wine that you want in my shop, Italian, autochthon. I was one of the first wine shop in New York City because they didn't exist. Before, there were knowing only Cabernet, Merlot, Pinot Grigio, all the stuff like that. Now I brought new variety. I know all the producer, I know. So we are the same. So just, you know.
Understood.
All right,
I
thank
can't
you.
speak because I'm too involved, but, you know.
To what?
You know, I don't like to speak.
That's all right. You did fine.
You know.
We get it. We get it. I think I'm good.
Okay.
We just approved one, actually, reversed a previous decision and approved one at the last hearing. I'm not ready to approve another one at this point, and I'm going to vote to deny.
I would have voted to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is 115, Antojitos de San Cecilio, Inc. I hope I got that right.
Cecilio Alballero.
101?
115.
115.
Why do you need to be open till 4?
I'm applying for a chain method operation to open till 4 on weekends.
Say that again?
Because the restaurant sometimes we keep it open till late, and some people so ask for our drinks. Especially on the weekends.
So you're right under the train tracks? You're pretty much right under the train tracks? Is that what I
Yes.
saw?
Yes.
And what hours of operation? The train operating 24 hours a day?
24 hours a day. one away from the subway station.
And you have some history here in your other places. You still own Naciones Unidas?
No.
You don't?
No.
When did you get rid of that?
Like
Oh, it got canceled.
yes.
We canceled it.
But when I didn't was the owner for that place.
You what?
When you cancel, I didn't was the owner for that place.
You weren't the owner when we canceled it?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
When did you get rid of it?
Like 3 years ago.
Is that accurate, Jackie?
I'll look that up.
I mean, the community board is pretty strongly against this because there's residents upstairs and surrounding your business.
I'm with this license over that 2 years. I don't have no any complaint with that, with the noise or anything else.
Did you ever go meet with them?
No.
I don't have anything on this particular one.
So I know that there's residents above you, but what is their objection? Just because there's residents above you, around you? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, they didn't really give us a lot of facts. Right now, you're open to 1 all days?
Yes.
Why Monday till 4? What's Monday?
No, say again?
You're asking for Friday through Monday. Why Monday night?
I mean, because Sunday, next day is Monday.
You want to be open till 4 Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night?
Yes.
To 4 a.m. Monday morning, not
Monday-
Monday.
Right.
Not going into. And he was removed August of 2016 via corporate change. So anything after those dates, I guess we can't hold against him. Stretch. They filed in April of 2016 for that corporate change.
And we have no complaints on this place?
All right, I realize the community board objects. It's not a 500-foot case. You're only asking for 4 a.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'll give it to you for Friday and Saturday, but no Sunday. How about that?
Okay, thanks.
He read my mind.
Thank
All
you
right,
very
so
much.
Friday and
Friday
Saturday?
and Saturday, yes.
Then 1 o'clock every other day.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right, I think we lost Mr. Palillo for the time being.
That's a shame.
So the next item will be 144, Tu Casa Hispanic Restaurant, Inc.
I am Mary Ellen O'Brien. I'm here on behalf of Adolfo Concepcion Sorto, who is purchasing this restaurant and applying as an applicant for a liquor license. We have one item after reviewing the application with Mr. Sorto yesterday and another translator, number 7 on page 20. The question should be yes. He is the half-brother of the former licensee.
Wait, say that again?
That's on the personal question. Is that what you're
On
talking about?
personal questions,
Schneier,
number 7, page 20.
does he have any relationship? So that needs to be amended.
Should be yes.
Should be,
We just found this out yesterday?
well, but apparently there was a difficulty with the first translator, and when I translated it with another person yesterday with Mr. Adolfo, that is correct. I found it out yesterday.
And it's, I know it's not you, ma'am. I don't mean to say that, but I have the representative as Mr. Mastriani,
Yes,
who I
Mr.
believe
Mastriani is the attorney.
is the attorney of record.
The attorney of record. I am for the applicant here today.
Okay. Who did represent on all of the prior issues at this location?
Right.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Because this has an extensive and very serious history. Okay.
Does he live here?
He is relocating here. He has an extensive family in Westbury. He has a sister, and his brother is also in Westbury. He's now retired as of 2015, and is looking to relocate here to New York to be with his family.
What's going to be different? I mean, so the guy who's his half brother owned the place. It was completely out of control. Drugs, obviously a club, was not a restaurant. What's he doing different?
Well, he's just going to operate it as a restaurant with a license, just as in a Hispanic restaurant, Jacasa Hispanic restaurant in the neighborhood with a license within the acceptable hours.
But he doesn't have any experience.
He has no experience. He will be hiring a manager.
We need it? Yeah.
Yeah. Moment, Counselor, please.
Account, yeah. Somebody's. Ray Donald? Wait, you're not Jonathan. All right, we're back on the record with 144.
All right.
Do you have any questions?
No. No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to vote to deny. I just don't see anything else that's really proven to me this is different, and I'm not quite clear about the separation of things either, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. He's the former owner of this place. It was completely out of control and ate up a lot of our resources as well as police resources. And it's obvious that he is affiliated with the former owner. He's his half-brother, so I question whether there's not a connection there. He currently does not even live in the area, which is a concern. So I'm going to vote to deny at this time. Thank you.
I know there is a taped record because you mentioned it, but just for my edification, will I get a separate decision?
First you'll get an email acknowledging that it was denied, and then it will be followed with a written decision of the members, the explanation of why it was denied.
Great,
And then once you have, 30 days to either file for recon or a disapproval hearing?
That's correct.
Yes. Once you get the letter.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next items,
John, we'll take a
148.
short couple-minute break, please.
The next items are 148, 149, and 150. Omar Caribbean Hall, Inc.
Good morning. This is an offer in compromise to resolve the charges. Let the authority know, we have been working very, very closely with the local police precinct, and we've managed to run violation-free for a number of months now. It's a number of months now. I think the last violation was August of last year.
This the one you talked to me about? So, my only, I think the charges are obvious, but reading through this, the thing that bothered me was that they told your client not to have an event, the police did, knowing what was going to happen, and then he went and had it anyway.
Go ahead. Please, this is Dr. Stewart, he's the principal. Nice.
I went away on a conference that weekend, and I left my son, who is, he's an attorney, and I left him there, and I explained to him that no function should be had. And because he's an attorney, I know some attorneys, they feel they know all the laws and all of that. He says...
My wife says the same thing to this attorney, so...
Right. So he... He went...
So you not only did the police tell him to cancel the event, but you did too?
Yes, I told him. But at the same time, what happened, he went to the precinct, and the precinct couldn't give him any good explanation. And then he also asked for something in writing, saying, because these folks had a contract, and he said, if we just cancel the contract just like that, we should have something if we had to go to court. And so he did not get anything. Anyhow, he asked the precinct to send a squad car at the venue. And they were there, and he said, well, what we would like you to do, if we open up the place, I won't hear, you should close it, just come in and close, so that he has some kind of excuse that the police did it. And that is exactly what happened. He went there, police were there, and as he opened the door, police came in and they closed it, said, no function tonight. And since then, it appears that the precinct been trying to punish us by giving us violation that is not even warranted, not even there. And so...
Well, I mean, they're not the ones who did the unauthorized alterations or the unauthorized additional bar. I mean, they're not making that up, right?
There's no additional bar.
The bad check that was written in February 2017, they're not the ones unlicensing your security guards, correct?
No, we have licensed security guard. What had happened is that the police, they were talking to the security guard. And while they're talking to him, that's another event. While they're talking to him, basically, they didn't have the right book where they sign in, the login book. And so they write us a summons saying that...
But they're supposed to.
Yeah, but they were logged in, but in the wrong book, because this is a new security guard that came, not the same one that comes every time.
I mean, I find it hard to believe, given the list of charges that you have previously, along with the list of charges we have now, that the police are out there harassing you. Because at some point, you need to get it in order so that they can't write charges. What, the sale to the minors, they made that up? I mean, some of these charges are not, if they're going to sit there and I see 20 noise complaint charges related to noise, then maybe they could make that up. But the stuff that they're charging you with, you did. And the reason, and I know he is pleading this out because he believes a large portion of them you did.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I believe you're going to take the license away if I do anything else.
That's probably true, too.
In all honesty. If I could just address a couple of things. The unlicensed alteration was an interior sidewalk cafe that was just added. We weren't using it. We haven't.
I know, but you can't add it. That's my point.
That's not part of it. Number one. Number two, Mr. Chairman, I think we can all say with a certain amount of certainty certain amount of service. When you have an event that the police tell you not to have,
And apparently, having just read it again, you told them not to have it.
yes, that's correct. It's 100% correct. That's been a source of contention. It's one of the few times I get to say, I told you so. But the bottom line is that we didn't really enjoy a very good relationship with the police after that.
You do or you don't?
Not after they told us not to do an event, we stupidly did it and made enemies of the precinct.
I'm sure.
So we get that, and we're trying to correct what we did wrong. And
All right, I mean, I'm not really interested in accepting this, but I'm being advised by my counsel that it is in the best interest of the authority and the licensee to accept it, so I will accept it.
I believe, just for the record, that we've asked to withdraw 2 of the counts. Does that sound right, Frank, based on what you understand?
Which
would
is
be count
what?
11 and 12.
So
Right.
withdraw 11 and 12
On the first proceeding.
on the first proceeding, and then I'll accept the offer.
I'll accept 2 on the same grounds.
thank you.
And I'd sit your son down.
I don't
When
think,
your lawyer tells him, even if he is a lawyer, when your liquor lawyer tells you not to do something, you probably shouldn't.
Can't tell you how many meetings we've had after that where the son just sits there like,
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Don't go too far. 152 is 122, 124 Rivington Corp.
big one.
Tom, what's before you, an application for alterations and a change in method, or just the application?
Both of them.
Both. Thank you.
So opposition here?
Yeah, your letter just said to permit security personnel and DJs.
This is 152?
Yes.
Cover letter elected to include dancing, I think.
Okay.
But now that the law's changed, we want to take advantage of what we can do legally.
Can you, though?
Yes,
Is it zoned for dancing?
yes. I don't think it matters anymore.
No, well, I'm being led to believe it does.
It hasn't been signed
We're
yet,
waiting
has
for
it?
DCA to really define it, so. But we have, this gentleman's been here for 15 years, licensed at the same location. 1 or 2 brushes with the authority. One of them was noise, which we've installed security about 5 years ago. Would you introduce yourself, I'm sorry?
Yeah, my name is Adyukai. The last name is Ajdari.
Or we could just say Rookie Jar.
Yeah.
So we corrected our problem that we had a number of years ago. In so doing, he didn't realize he had to report security guards. We have had security guards. I think today on Rivington Street, about 6 places in a block and a half. So you can't not have security. We are a subterranean location basement currently. We're expanding to the ground floor and the mezzanine. Italian restaurant.
So you're adding, what, 3,400 square feet for the 2 other floors? The mezzanine and the ground floor, and the first floor? What's there now?
It was a office space, it was.
So it's vacant now?
Vacant.
Is that the height of the building? Is there anything above the mezzanine?
There's an office.
So you're going from how many people to 350?
I believe it's 200 to 350.
So you're going from 200 to 350? And you're going from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m.?
No, we've always been for you. There's no stipulation with the community board.
Is there anything on this now?
The latest thing I have is 2013.
For a violation that occurred in 2012.
That looks right. Yeah.
So you had 4 a.m., but he's not staying open till 4 a.m.
Some days he does, some days he doesn't. He's one of the few licensees who enjoys that luxury. If he's busy, he can stay open. They're actually known in the neighborhood for a late night place to eat. So if people come in, he stays open. If he doesn't, he closes. I think during the week is, during the week.
I mean, are you looking to sell this place? Is that what's happening here? I'm trying to figure out why you want to go from a restaurant to a nightclub, because that's kind of...
We don't want to go from a restaurant to a nightclub. We want to provide dancing for the people who are eating there. We can. We figure why not take advantage of it? We had cabaret activity to problems with the authority over this. People do like to get up and dance. Why shouldn't we take advantage of what we can do?
Yeah, but you're almost doubling the size of it, too.
It's a wonderful opportunity. You know, if we didn't take
Will you
it,
double the size of the kitchen?
Make big kitchen, yeah, sure.
You did, or you're going to?
I'm working on it.
okay, but that's not in the plans. I'm relatively certain it's not in the plans.
I heard that. You said it loud enough.
Yes, I'm not even disputing. If it's not in the plans, we'll amend them. But the thing that we have to be aware of is that the landlord was planning to rent to another licensed establishment. He was concerned about losing the business because he's below ground.
Well,
There were no plans to sell it.
right, but it wasn't a licensed establishment, and you're fully aware of how hard it is to get a license down there.
Correct, but I think a restaurant at 1201 might not have a hard time.
I mean, I think
Or would.
the community board is adamantly against this,
So is,
and so is the, yeah. I was gonna
Councilmember
say.
Chen. What she says, when it opened, it was an Italian restaurant with a 1:30 a.m. closing time?
There's no stipulations,
I
Jackie?
didn't see any
No,
in here.
prior
no.
to the Supreme Court requesting stipulations.
How long has he been there?
15 years. It may very well be true that on some nights we close at 1. I think during the week it closes at 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
But what's curious about this is that the community board only had a problem when I noticed them. Every 2 years, I notify the community board, and every 2 years, no one says anything. They would call you in. This community board will call you in if they have a problem with your place. We've never had a problem. The Lower East Side dwellers didn't like the fact that this place was getting bigger. And I don't have to point out to you, but I do have to point out to the community board that they have no say in this. It's not a 500-foot issue. This is an applicant requesting to alter his premises.
Can we take 2 seconds?
All right, and we're back on the record.
Okay, you have anything, Commissioner?
Yeah. So, you're requesting for 6 additional security, DJs, dancing. What are you doing for music there now?
Background music.
Yeah.
How were the cabaret charges, and I realize they were 5 years ago, but
6.
what was that music? That was background music they were dancing to, or?
I honestly don't know.
Do you have DJs now, or no? You've never had one?
I think in the interest of 100% honesty, There are times when there'll be a party and someone will bring in a DJ. We do discourage it. Have to be truthful.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Or you could prevent and say no.
As opposed to discourage.
Okay.
It's not easier to ask forgiveness, trust me.
It's a vacant area upstairs, and
It's also bordered by one-story buildings on one side completely. There's nothing on the upper levels
yeah.
in one direction.
I'm not for approving anything that elevates the atmosphere in that place. I'm not for anything that's gonna, the dancing and the DJs and all that kind of stuff and patron dancing. I'm not for any of that.
Well, you're not saying you're in that neighborhood you're talking about.
Right.
Okay.
In that neighborhood, I'm not for any of that in that neighborhood.
Respectfully, though, everyone's going to be dancing in that neighborhood very shortly. I've got about 12 in that neighborhood changes in MOs to add dancing.
Has that actually gone through yet, though?
Yes.
Has it?
Effective date is April 1st.
Oh, it's April 1st, all right.
Dancing's no longer forbidden. It's no longer footloose.
It is here.
But it shouldn't be. If it's legal, it shouldn't be.
You ready to vote?
Yes.
Chairman? I'm still going to vote to deny.
So we have two separate applications.
Okay. Which one am I voting on?
Whichever one you wanted first.
One is for the alteration, the other is for the method of operation.
Yeah. Okay. I would approve the alteration. I would not approve the method of operation change.
In what, you're permitting us to have security guards.
Well, yes,
In that neighborhood, it's an absolute essential.
absolutely, yeah.
And you're telling me that we can't dance even though legally we can?
I'm
I
saying,
filed a change in the method of operation?
I'm saying at this point.
Well, I mean, we tell people they can't have DJs when legally they can. So, I mean, that's what we do here is tell people things they can't do when legally they're allowed to.
New applications.
Well, new applications, old I take DJs from people all the time.
Yes, you do. I can remember you losing one, too. 15 years at this premises with 2 violations. And we're going to tell them they can't move along with the time. Do what everybody else does.
If I'm going to deny both. I just think the place is too big. I realize there's nobody here, but we have, and I wish they had come. So if you're watching, they should be here. But we have significant opposition to this from not just the community board, but from residents, as well as the local councilwoman. And I understand the opposition being very familiar with that neighborhood, even though some people would say I'm not. I realize that for the most part, he has a relatively minor record, and you're trying to correct. Most of those offenses are related to exactly what you're asking for. But I just can't allow something this big in that neighborhood. I just think it's going to disrupt the entire area.
That's fair, but I can't let this man spend the amount of money that he spent on a lease and construction and have him walk out of here empty-handed. We are more than willing to restrict the dancing only to the subterranean level. Keep it below ground where it can't be heard. But let me have the opportunity to follow through on the lease that we signed. We'll have dining only on the ground floor mezzanine. I won't even keep DJs upstairs.
I'm just going to, unless,
I have the 311 complaints on this place. It's remarkably clean. There are none. Complaints surfaced when I filed a notice to the community board, which, as apparently a poor attorney, I never should have done. I should have notified them, but I shouldn't.
no, because I would have asked you to notify them.
I would have notified them as I'm required to by statute, but I shouldn't have gone to the meeting.
No, I would have asked you to go to the meeting, because this,
It really woke up people to say, we have too many places in the neighborhood, and that's not
well,
fair.
they've been saying that for 10 years.
Yeah, for 15 years. How do we send the guy in his way and say, and you even said, oh, this is a good licensee, sir. 2 violations in 15 years.
Well, he's got more than 2, but he certainly hasn't had any in 5 or in 6 years.
I had only 2, I'm sorry. Did you have more than 2?
Yeah,
I only had 2 in 15 years.
I got 4.
2 defaults, a C and C, 2 C.
I'm gonna deny it. It's too big. To me, it's gonna disrupt the neighborhood. 350 people in a place, or 305, whatever it is. Now to add a DJ and the dancing, it's gonna turn into a nightclub in a neighborhood that can't have another nightclub.
You voted, so I'll shut my mouth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 153, Elevate 321 Corp.
So is that a split vote, or?
It's a split vote on one and a unanimous decision on the other.
Okay.
Is Mr. Flynn here? Yes, he is. He's right behind you.
Good morning. Terrence Flynn, Jr. on behalf of the applicant.
Is this 191?
Excuse me?
Anyway, Soho, is that what you're here for?
No,
Which
Elevate
one?
Elevate
Oh, Elevate.
321.
Okay, sorry, I was on the wrong number. I'll find it. Forget that.
Do we have any open cases on this place?
Right now?
153.
153.
Yes, but they probably don't know about it yet. It has not been reviewed by a lawyer inside the office.
What is it?
Possible 1066.
Which is what?
Sort of like.
Okay.
Also, I just received, and I apologize, it was after the deadline, but I just received letters of support from the city council and the Senate. If I can hand those up to you.
Sure.
I apologize for the delay.
Oh, no problem. All right, so they want a DJ, occasional live music. Oh, no, they already have it. What they want is just 4 a.m. every day.
Looking to increase the hours. The community board didn't have any opposition to it.
So why is it here?
I believe it's here because you approved it last time with a set of hours. so it
When
has
the
to
full
come
board
back to
sets,
you.
you set the hours.
Oh,
next
that's
time.
what my
what's
next
on
question was, who set the hours? Okay.
You did.
All right, I have no problem with this.
Based on your,
And their support letters as well were helpful.
yeah, letters of support from Senate, Councilmember, I'll approve as well.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Next item is 194, Gray Lady East LLC. Mr. McGrath, are you here in Gray Lady East? Oh, Frank? Okay. All right, let's hold off on that then. Let's go. 103, 79 Walker Street Restaurant LLC.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, 79 Walker Street Restaurant LLC. The application before you is for an on-premise liquor license for a proposed restaurant concept at 79 Walker Street in New York City. The applicant here, Brendan Sodikoff, he appeared before this board a few years ago for his first New York State liquor license for a location called Fort Charles on a residential side street in the West Village.
Does he still have that?
He still has it.
Where is he today? He's not here?
He is traveling. He wasn't going to be able to be here until later today. He has 13 restaurants in Chicago. I believe it's 14 now. He's got a number of different concepts that kind of straddle a number of different categories. He's got everything from fine dining to diner to burgers to donuts and chicken wings to ramen places to high-end cocktail lounges. What he doesn't have is he doesn't have any nightclubs. He doesn't have any disruptive places like that. He operates all of his places in and around Chicago and the place in New York City in different neighborhoods. Some of them are, as I mentioned before, residential side streets in New York City, and he's been doing pretty well there with a 4 a.m. license on the weekend and I think 3 a.m. during the week. He's looking here to open another of his Chicago concepts here in New York City. It's called Au Cheval. It's received a lot of fanfare.
called what?
Au Cheval. It's received a lot of fanfare for not only the restaurant as a whole, but also for its burger specifically. It's considered one of the best burgers in the country. It's his chef, and he...
So and this isn't 500 foot, so what's the community board's?
So here's the issue. Manhattan Community Board 1 hosted us probably 9 months ago. We gave them the concept. Brendan's director of operations.
Oh, it's over hours, I got it, okay.
Everything. They have, guidelines that they use for side streets and avenues in Community Board 1 and the Tribeca part of it, and they are 12 and 1 on side streets, no matter what. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what you're doing. They say they're flexible with those. I've never had the good fortune of having them flex them for me in any way positive. We indicated to the community board this was not a 500-foot rule case. We've proven that we can be a responsible operator with a late night license. Plus, this is really further east in Tribeca.
That's what I was going to ask you. Where is it? Walker and what?
Yeah, it's like there's like a Cortland Alley right by Canal. You may know this over there on the back end of where the courts are. So this is not like tight, dense Tribeca west side. This is about as east as you can go. So very different neighborhood.
So it's almost to Broadway.
Between Broadway and Lafayette, I believe. But actually, Cortland Alley is that little mini
Right, okay.
street right there. Anyway, this is an area that's undergoing tremendous development. And we said we wanted 2 a.m. 7 days a week. And we also indicated that we're a 500-foot rule case. And ideally, we'd want an unrestricted license, which is what we enjoy at the Au Cheval in Chicago. And we would just generally operate till about 2 a.m. during the week. But it was in our best interest to make a deal with the community board so we can begin construction earlier and actually get open earlier. The community board was unwilling to budge on that fact, despite the fact that they had absolutely nothing to say other than the hours issue. No one came opposed to us. We produced 150 signatures or more in support, as well as actually a few individual residents of the community came to support because they are native to Chicago, they're transplants here, and this is their favorite place. So we are asking to not have stipulations on this license. If you do feel the need to give us stipulations on this license, we are, happy to stipulate to the things that we told the community board we would stipulate to, which are, no DJs and things of that nature to make sure they understand we are going to be a restaurant. The idea here is that the space will be activated all day during the day as a breakfast and lunch spot, coffee bar on the upstairs level. It's 2 floors. It's ground floor and cellar. And then as the day progresses, we'll move into lunch and dinner. They've sort of developed a reputation as being a modern, new wave, elevated diner food. So the reputation they have, at least the original location, the outpost in and around Chicago, are that it is a place where you can go later at night to get a proper meal. And they do plan to keep their kitchen open all hours or to within 30 minutes of closing.
So the community board's only really issues are the hours?
Correct.
For the most part.
Also the morning hours, it looks like, right?
Yeah, we
You
said
guys
we-
want to be open till 6 and they're telling you 12?
Yeah, so we...
Or 7 and 12?
We said we understand what the legal hours are that we can serve alcohol, but we do want to serve egg sandwiches and, juice and coffee and things like that for commuters. So we didn't want to agree to not open until 10 or 12. We wanted to open early, but of course we wouldn't serve alcohol until legally permissible hours.
What's Charles Street Restaurant? What's the hours there?
It's a steakhouse. It was also, funny enough, not a 500-foot rule case and a transfer. They are open till 4 a.m. on the weekends and I believe 3 a.m. during the week.
So where do they get their information?
Whose information?
The community board. The resolution says it closes at 12 a.m. and then his restaurant in Chicago closes either at 12 a.m. or 1 a.m.
So the other fun fact here about the community board resolution was that we attended this meeting. We did not agree to stipulations, clearly. We got a conditional letter of approval for this license. So I assumed that because it wasn't a 500-foot rule case, that maybe they didn't send in a resolution or whatever it was. It wasn't until I called to find out what the story was that I was told that either the community board represented that we agreed or there was some other mistake, whatever it was, we clearly didn't agree. So I never got a copy of these resolutions, so I have no idea what it says.
All right. So they're recommending that we oppose unless the applicant complies with the limitations and conditions set forth above.
I believe they were asking for 12 and 1 during the week. We told them that 2 a.m., less than 2 a.m. was really a deal breaker for us, and we wouldn't be able to move forward with the project. But we'd be happy to take 2 a.m. and show them who we are and come back in the future for an extension of license if they wanted to approve us at that point, which clearly they did not.
Except 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.
Won't do it. It's 2 a.m., 7 days is financially kind of their threshold to make it work. The fact that there's, this isn't dense, quiet West Side Tribeca. This is more.
No,
on the
it's,
east
yeah,
side.
it's busy, yeah.
Heavy, busy canal streets right there, lots of construction. It's loud already.
Yeah.
The only people who came from the community, like I said, who were interested in this application were people who were fans of the place in Chicago and people who owned buildings in the neighborhood wanting to know what the design aesthetic was going to be.
I'm only giving you 2 a.m., 7 days a week. I don't really see it as a big problem.
Now, what are we doing here? Voting for the whole license, though, right?
Right.
Excuse me. I'll vote to approve 2 a.m. And what time do they want to open? 6? Obviously.
Yeah, can't serve
Yeah,
alcohol.
so I don't care when you open. Obviously, you can't serve alcohol
We'll
till.
just set the closing time.
Yeah.
That's all.
And then the only other stipulation that they wanted was,
No sidewalk?
No, we told them that we wanted to do a sidewalk potentially in the future, and that wasn't an issue for them.
Okay.
We said we wouldn't apply.
you did tell them that? Because the resolution indicates that the applicant does intend to apply. Okay, I misread that. You're right.
I believe they asked us if we would have any problem stipulating that we wouldn't get a cabaret license, which is now kind of moot. And also, they asked us if we were going to have DJs, and we said that it wasn't in our plans.
And they didn't put that in here, so.
Just recorded background.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, so just the only stipulation is 2 a.m. He's obviously got an impeccable record in New York and other places, so.
Thank you.
2 a.m. is good.
All right. Mr. Pilillo, you ready to go? All right, 194, Great Lady East LLC.
Me again. Sorry, I was talking my client off a ledge.
You have to make me feel worse than I already do, is that?
You don't understand, he's tied into something personally now that I have to deal with, but that's my business, and I'll figure it out. This is an offer in compromise. Did you want to say something?
No, it's a default.
Had a hearing.
It's not default, no, it didn't.
This
I didn't
case-
bring my thing. You wanna?
This case was referred from the hearing bureau as a defaulted hearing.
That's a misunderstanding, I'm sure. There was an OC that was submitted, I believe it was.
My understanding is that from Mr. Alvarado is that was never acceptable.
No, it was forwarded to him. Whether it's a default or, we had made an offer in compromise of 20,000. I do have the proof. I don't have it
I
with
think
me.
part of the problem, Mr. Palillo, is that there was, and I wasn't involved in the communication, but there was communication back and forth between you and Mike, Mr. Alvarado, and he never accepted any CNC that you had offered, specifically because there are problems with the local regulations that I think you were unable to satisfy to his, to what he was asking for. And at that point, the hearing went forward because he didn't call it off. I believe he spoke to you on the phone, based on what I understand from him, and witnesses showed up, and the judge, who was there, as far as I know, issued the decision that we have in front of us.
So you don't have the decision?
No, what you're saying, Mr. Riano, is,
And I'm obviously saying the second hand, but.
of course, I was there firsthand. I put an offer in compromise in, I think, the Friday before the hearing. Hearing was on a Monday. Mike called me and said he couldn't do that for this offer. The best he could do was 20,000 on the case. I said, fine. December 18th, we faxed this offer of compromise to the authority, to my extension. I never heard that a hearing took place afterwards. This was the number Mike said he would accept.
That's not what the ALJ says happened.
I can't tell you, I wasn't
I
there.
know.
Which is,
You're aware this license expired, right?
Yes, summer license.
You guys want us?
I would suggest that, I defer to what the board wants to do, but I would not open the default.
And he's, unfortunately, is out on medical
I know.
leave, so I can't even.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, but I'm pretty, I mean, I remember what happened. I remember saying to myself it was insane, but
So you're saying you never had a conversation with him after the 18th?
I'm better with days of the week.
Because he's saying on the 18th that he told you that it was,
The offer I had made was unacceptable.
right.
The 18th was December, sorry. The 18th was a Monday, that doesn't make sense.
And that you told him at that time that you did not intend to appear, which was the date of the trial, not the trial, the hearing.
Your letters were dated the 15th. And
There-
there was
there-
two letters received on, there was two
first-
letters received on the,
Correct.
Right, there is a
First what
twenty,
Mike said was too low.
there is a $20,000 CNC scanned into the system.
yep, and there's a second one scanned in December 18th,
I-
dated by you, which you added a third condition.
Yes,
Here, let me,
Mike called me back and said, added the third.
let me ask a question about this.
Go ahead.
There also seems to be some sort of question as to complying with the submitted method of operation and application. I think that it may have entered into this.
Yeah, no, that's clearly why Mike rejected the offer, because he, at least he's saying that you made it clear that there was not going to be, they weren't following the method of operation. They refused to.
But that's not what the last offer says they will.
The last offer says the licensee will not engage in any conduct not specifically referred to. That's actually the last conversation I had with Mike. Are you sure the hearing went ahead without me?
Oh, I know the
Yeah,
hearing
after
went.
this-
That I'm aware of. I think that last conversation is what the issue is.
I
So
mean,
maybe
Mike-
one way to resolve, maybe one way to resolve this is, again, I would not reopen the default, but if the civil penalty that was pseudo-negotiated wasn't so much the issue of the $20,000, but it was more ensuring that the method of operation is followed, that's what the board orders, which I'm sure probably Frank would say that's not a problem if that's anyway what his
Well,
CNC
that's
hears.
part of the CNC.
I'm plotting away from it.
I mean, I didn't know all this happened until this morning,
Mm-hmm.
and I had revoke on here.
Why not?
That's the problem I have.
No, I'm not going to not appear at a hearing.
No, and he's not saying you didn't not appear. He's saying you said I'm not coming. That's what he said, that you had a conversation and he rejected the offer and he told you the hearing was going on and you said you weren't coming.
No, that's not.
Not like I put it, but that you were not going to
That's
appear.
not what happened. The last conversation was, I'm only going to accept the offer if you put in licensee will adhere to its method of operation.
Is he on the email with you right now? Is he watching this?
No, I think he's out
Only I watch in the hospital.
He's what?
in Mineola.
No, I know, but are you sure he's not watching on the computer?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Only I do that.
All right. So you're happy with that offer?
No, I was going to argue it, but now I'm going to
Well,
shut up.
they-
Now I'm
yeah,
gonna
you
shut up.
probably should.
Move
'cause
on.
The only way out is what Chris suggested. So
I don't default to hearings.
all right, I'll just so sustain all the charges, and then does this place have any stipulations on it?
Montauk?
Yeah, but inadvertently, because there's certain restrictions in the C of O.
That's the only restrictions is what's in the CVO. So
That's what the town relies on out there.
okay, then I guess he doesn't. All right, then I'll take the 20,000, and he's required to abide by all the restrictions in the C of O.
Thank you.
Not take the 20,000, I'll fine 20,000.
I had revoke as well, but I'll take the 20,000 as well.
Just to make sure that we don't have a misunderstanding.
Somehow that's considered a good outcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. The next item, 186, is 565 West Side Cafe Corp.
He's looking for a new lawyer back there.
Who?
He watched the first case, he's terrified. This is an offering compromise for a trade name.
I'll accept.
What about the name? Is that being,
Yes,
okay,
it has been.
all right. I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
Next item is 184, St. Mark's Enterprises, Inc.
Another default.
So this is another default.
Yeah, that's not, we put it off. We put an answer in, I'm sorry.
You did?
Yeah.
On what date?
$12.27.
Mm-hmm. By what, fax?
Yes. So the next page has the fact report. So sale to minor, we do want to return to hearings if possible.
All right. Back to counsel's office.
Back to council.
Next item I have is 156, Beekman Rooftop LLC and MHI Beekman Management LLC.
Good afternoon, Joseph Levy, here on behalf of the applicant and the management company that will be running the day-to-day operations for the application. Before you, is an on-premise liquor license application for a cocktail lounge and restaurant located on the penthouse and floor immediately beneath at 3 Mitchell Place, Beekman Towers. We are here before you because we presented this application to Community Board 6 probably about a year ago, and they loved everything that we were doing, except for the hours. They have a policy that they don't give any hours beyond 2 a.m., 7 days a week, for anyone when they're opening a place, whether you have a proven track record or not, whether you've been before them or not, whether you own another restaurant within their bounds or not. We felt that we would take our chances here, as we are a restaurant group that has 30 years of experience, over 20 licenses held over those 30 years with an impeccable track record, proven track record of operating establishments during the day and at night. Many, if not all of these licenses have 4 a.m. closing time, including some locations within the bounds of Community Board 6. And what we're looking to do here is rather unique. If this address sounds familiar, this is a small street called Mitchell Place on the Upper East Side, right near the UN. And this specific place that we're talking about licensing used to be called the Top of the Tower. Fairly historically significant. This particular building, one of the newer Art Deco builds in the late 20s, really significant building. At the top, they opened this cocktail lounge that has been on and off licensed over the last 100 years in various iterations of what we're talking about doing. And it was, frequented by Frank Sinatra and the Rat Pack back in that era. That's kind of the feel of what's happening here. So what Merchants Hospitality and MHI Beekman and Beekman Rooftop are looking to do here is to revitalize this space, resurrect it, breathe new life into it, and reactivate it. The building beneath it, you don't have residential on a number of those floors. It was active as a hotel for a number of years. Then it became more of a corporate housing, short-term, things like that for 2-3 weeks at a clip. And this penthouse level was sort of left kind of.
So what's in it now, but below? You're telling me that they're corporate apartments?
Yeah, exactly. It's a combination.
So they're condos or co-op?
Combination of, I don't know how it works, but I believe they're short-term leases. Companies basically need to move people in from a different city. They stay there for a little while. So we're not talking about people who have these aren't real residential units necessarily below. The plan here is pretty straightforward. It's 16 tables, 50 seats, 1 stand-up bar. Again, the focus is on revitalizing and rejuvenating the space. I have some photos I'd like to bring up and show. They just didn't scan well, or else I would have done that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's.
So what's the view of the UN?
You have a 360-degree view of New York City. So if you look at these are some real pictures as well as some rendering.
I'm sorry.
Walk you through That's what it looks like currently. It's actually pretty incredible view up there itself. This is the floor plan. Although it's the penthouse and kind of roof level, the only outdoor portions are those two right there.
So this is all enclosed?
Except for those two.
Right here, okay.
This is enclosed there on that side and that side, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So there'll be a dedicated elevator, and I'll just walk you through the rest of the pictures.
How many people?
C of O is a maximum of 74. So it's going to be probably a little bit less than that, actually.
And this is a restaurant?
Restaurant and cocktail lounge. And the cocktail lounge component of it is what?
Where's the tables? Is they would be right here, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see them on that one floor plan view better how they lay out. So you see them around there.
Oh, I see, okay.
The idea being you kind of enter off the dedicated elevator bank into this cool little area where there's just one bar and all the seats are on that side there.
Oh, and these are tables, I didn't see that, right? These right here are also tables?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
And it's enclosed, right, Mr. Levy?
Except for those two little sections. There's two little parts that are outdoor space. Everything
See,
else.
I know the area. I actually stayed there when it was a hotel, so I actually
is that
know
right?
the entire roof very well. Yeah. Because if it gets very loud, we're going to
You want that back? If it gets very loud, what?
We're going to get calls from the UN, so, yeah.
And is the outside area just going to be, there's not going to be seating outside, right?
Just those little chairs that you saw in the picture.
But not tables, it'll just be, like, is there going to be service out there, or is it?
There would be service out there, yeah.
And how many people does the outside hold?
Let's see. I don't have an exact number on that. Actually, I don't even see any tables. Are there any seats out there? So there's no seating out there. That's my error. The seating is in the.
So they'll grab their drink from the bar and walk out
And
there?
stand out there,
And no music out there?
No music outside. That was actually the only point that we discussed with the community board, that they actually, there are actually some older people on this community board who remember when this place was what it was years ago, and they were thrilled that someone's actually doing this. And we told them it's an expensive proposition. We'd like them to work with us on the hours, because with the cocktail lounge component and our clientele that we're going to be catering to,
Which is what
as
is
you
your
mentioned,
clientele?
is going to be folks from the UN, business people getting off work late, coming home late, who live in that neighborhood.
So
the
these,
4 a.m. is sort of
this group
essential
is
for us.
involved in merchants, so it'll be a similar business or
Correct.
fancier than merchants?
Exactly. It'd be a little fancier than Merchants. Merchants owns, over 20 places. We were here not too long ago for that hotel redo they did on the west side, which is going really, really well, turned that place around. So they have incredible experience operating various size venues with that 4 a.m. close and doing it responsibly. They have the team together, they have the infrastructure in place, they have the plan.
And the merchants all have 4 a.m. closings?
Many of them do, if not all
Like
of
the
them.
one on the east side there, does that have it?
In the 60s over there?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it does. And I know we discussed it at the hotel also. So,
All right, I'll approve with 4 a.m. I mean, obviously, this group has a very strong track record with this agency as far as the number of hotels they have, and, I mean, not hotels, locations they have, and no, I don't even think we have a charge ever against any of them, do we? And then what was the other, did the community board have any?
there was no amplified music in the outdoor spaces.
So that's a stipulation, no outdoor music.
For the outdoor, yeah.
And you're gonna obviously have music inside? Yes. Yeah, live and DJ, or?
Yeah, we want to keep it open, because like I said, in keeping with the theme of that sort of late 20s vibe, there might be some acoustic music live there.
Okay.
We want to kind of have
All
flexibility
right.
there.
And where would they be? In the interior part?
Yeah,
Where
exactly.
the bars and everything?
Exactly.
We're in the cocktail areas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool place. I love it. So, got my vote.
Great.
With the restriction on the music.
With the restriction on the music, yes.
Thank you.
Next item is 191, Anyway Soho LTD.
name is Terrence Flynn. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, but I understand there's community opposition. So if you'd like to hear from them.
Yeah. Did you just get here, Mr. Booth? So you don't do the Lower East Side, though? Oh,
Fortunately, no.
yeah, fortunate for you.
Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I'm appearing here in opposition to this application. The applicant did not appear at the 500-foot hearing. They did not contest CB2's recommendation. They had an opportunity to properly address the objections raised by CB2 before Judge DeLuglio in our detailed resolution, but they chose not to do so. They came to us a number of times, represented by different counsel, and presented a variety of ways in which they intended to operate their establishment. This is a previously unlicensed location. It was previously a commercial laundromat. Each of the different presentations for the reasons outlined in CB2's extensive resolutions resulted in a recommendation to deny the application, including the matter before you today. In the applicant's statement of public convenience and advantage, a number of reasons which CB2 doesn't feel rise to public convenience and advantage, either singularly or as a whole, are presented, including number 7, there should be a presumption that the business would be in the public convenience and advantage until such time as opposition occurs. Clearly, there's opposition, as outlined in CB2's recommendation to deny, and Judge DeLuglio's 500-foot hearing report summarizes the opposition quite well and includes detailed correspondence in the exhibits. The goal here is to have a late-night, early morning operation with live music, open facades, future outdoor areas, and operate in a manner that is clearly going to have a significant impact on quality of life to area residents in the community. Over the course of these various applications before CB2, the applicant was unwilling to state or enumerate their ultimate plans for the location, and it's quite clear that the goal is to have a late-night bar scene and the associated impacts. The applicant was unwilling to negotiate or mitigate those impacts, even as basic as installing a soundproof facade, reducing the overall hours of operation, or taking any other steps which would be reflective of a regular restaurant application. I think that you'd correspondence from Elaine Massey, whose family owns the building next door, and from an attorney representing 55 Thompson Street, which has 39 units. Mr. Reagan, the attorney for 55 Thompson Street, included in his submissions letters regarding noise in the immediate area that were sent to various elected officials in the precincts and local operators, and Community Board 2 is against the application.
And you have no issue with you're not even going to mention the CO, or are you asking me to
Well,
look
the
at?
CO, I mean, I'll get to that.
Or you're asking me to go to?
Well, I mean, I'll say that
the judge's decision talks about it too.
Right.
but-
I mean, that's why I didn't want to.
No, you don't need to. All right.
Go through, but there was a violation that was just issued. I can give you a copy of it for operating without a.
Oh, they
a
did
C of O.
get a violation.
Yes, for operating without a C of O.
I'm not aware of
Place.
that. Yeah, I would like to see it. Are you aware of it?
The.
I was under the
No,
impression it
just,
was open. It's not open at all?
Altered, changed building occupied without a valid certificate of occupancy.
Let me see it.
And it's expired, and it says that it was operating with seating in the space.
I'm under the impression they are operating. Am I wrong? Okay. So you weren't aware of this?
No, and I have documents that I think will counter that, but I want to start because there were several things that were incorrect. I was at the community board. We absolutely negotiated about the hours. We originally applied for 4 a.m., and we agreed to close during the week at 1 a.m. and 2 o'clock on the weekends. We also addressed the type of music we were going to have, and that it was only going to be dinner music. A large part of what the community board was concerned about was the fact that the chair raised the issue that this place could not get a proper C of O for eating and drinking establishment. That was the majority of the conversation, is what went on there.
And it's been the majority of our conversation here, too.
Right, which I'm going to address. Okay. But before I do, I want to get into a few things. We gave them a complete menu with the resume of the chef. We were not going to be a late night bar experience, and that's why the hours were reduced to 1 and 2. which we agreed to at the meeting. While I was at the meeting, we agreed to reduce to those hours. We also said that we would close the doors on the front at any time there was music playing, and 10 p.m. at night, regardless of whether there was music playing or not. Those were discussed and mentioned to the community board. The applicant before you has 20-plus years of history without any problems. There's a letter in the packet. It's dated back to, I believe, 2015, when they first appeared before the community board. From Community Board 2014, from Community Board 3, which indicates that there was no adverse licensing history at the place in that community board. There hasn't been any since then. And that premise has been there for some time. I also point at 95, I believe I'm being told. Now, I also,
What's the name of that place?
Anyway Cafe,
Oh, it's the same name.
which has a 4 and a half.
We have 4 restaurants, and all of them are open until 4 a.m.
Each one is open to 4 a.m. Each one has a stellar record. My client applied for and obtained a C of O, which we provided to you, which said use group 6. Because of the issues that were raised by the community board, I told my client to go back and apply for a change to clarify that, so it would be use group 6, eating and drinking establishment. We provided you with the filing and proof of the filing for that. It's Exhibit Exhibit B in my documents. Okay? It shows that the filing was done. It shows that it was a change in the schedule of eating and drinking establishment, and there was an inspection yesterday where they signed off the plans, which I can show you the signed off plans. The other thing that was incorrect was I called the SLA to follow up on the application, and I was told that there had been a 500-foot hearing. We never received notification of the 500-foot hearing. I confirmed that with licensing, and the minute I found out, I turned around and I sent in a submission that you have a copy of now, which would have been presented at the 500-foot hearing. It addresses the resolution specifically. With regard to support for the application, two buildings over, there's a commercial building, and then the next building over is a condo building. We submitted the email from the condo building showing they were in support of the application. That's my Exhibit F. Signed by Jack Faxon, condo president.
Okay.
With regard to the building across the street that Mr. Booth is referring to, we received 35 signatures in support from the tenants of that building.
Of those 39.
Okay, and there are 35 of 57 units. 37 units, I'm sorry. They were submitted to the community board as well when we were there. With regard to there being 2 attorneys applying on this application, unfortunately, Community Board 2 and Community Board 4 meet the same night every month, with rare exception. I was at Community Board 4 on several matters. They ran late. I couldn't get down to Community Board 2. One of the attorneys there appeared in my stead, and the matter was put over to the next time where I could appear. When I appeared, we attempted to negotiate all of these points, but the overriding theme kept coming up: you can't get a proper C of O for this space. We've been told that every time I went to this community board, and we can, according to our architect, and according to the plans that were just signed, and if I could just show you that they were signed and approved. This is right here?
Those are the ones from December?
Yes, no, this goes to the.
Mr. Flynn? Those are the December ones, right?
These were the ones that were just done yesterday.
Okay.
Okay? This goes to the filing that we showed you, that changed it to clarify for eating and drinking. Right. And those show approved as built for that purpose, because this was done when the original filing was done and the C of O was issued for use group 6. It just said use group 6 store, as many of the C of Os are that are accepted by the State Liquor Authority. So what you really have here is a premise that has done everything to file for the proper C of O and will get the proper C of O for the place. You have support from people in the community, as we gave you hundreds of petition signatures. You have an applicant who has an excellent operating history of 4 AM and has the same similar dinner
Well,
music.
that's kind of arguable. I mean, we did get a cancellation, right? I mean, who was Hai Che?
Hi, Chai.
Yeah, was that you?
It's a business that I've sold. The cancellation got people who bought it from me.
And when did you sell it?
I sold it in 2007. In 2007, when my daughter was born. So I sold the business and I didn't operate it afterwards.
And then there's some history, I mean, that obviously is bad history. I don't know whether it applies to her or not. And then the other ones have some,
After 2005?
2007.
Because it was,
In 2005, and I sold it in 2007.
all right, yeah, we had a corporate change applied for in 2007, how we
What
denied
month?
it, November 2007, but we denied it based on pending charges. It was
yeah,
never
so the charges were
reactivated.
all you. The charges that I'm talking about were there while you owned it.
Well, I was not a part of the operation. There's
Well, you were on paper. I don't know whether you're there or not, but you didn't, the corporate change didn't go through until November. These charges are September.
What were the date of the,
The charges were March of 2006, September of 2005, September of 2007, and November of 2007.
did you have a partner? Do you have a partner?
No, there were people who I sold it to.
Okay. No.
And it looks like, and one of them was availing.
Well, I think that probably stemmed out of the denial.
Well, that was from,
Change.
right.
There was also, just so I can just hit the rest of the issues, there was also an issue of whether or not the school was within the distance of 200.
Yeah, I had that question. Is that,
It's not. I provided you diagrams which show that the closest door and there are, in that building itself, there are multiple tenants operating. One is a school, one is a not-for-profit, one is a career counseling, one is an adult education. So whether or not it's exclusive or not is not being brought to your attention today, but depending, no matter what door you use, it's over 300 feet. And you'll see in exhibit, excuse me, Exhibit E before you, you'll see the distances straight mapped out on a straight line, not up blocks, it's just direct straight line of, the furthest door is 341.6. The next closest door is 314.26. And the closest door, if you go right to the corner of the next block, is 307. And if you know the block at all, they're just off the corner by 5th. You got to go all the way up to 6th. It has one of those, despite 6th Avenue has one of those inner lanes off the avenue. So you have that, then you have all of 6th, and then you have the sidewalk in that building. So it's clearly over 200.
what was here before this? Was this a laundromat?
A laundromat, to my understanding. So, just to recap, this applicant originally appeared before this community board, I believe it was a year and a half to 2 years before I represented them. They were told at that time you could not get the proper C of O, go see, go check it out and everything else. Her architect assured her she could. When I went back and checked, I found that that was an issue. I confirmed with an architect, are you certain before this woman goes through with everything that this C of O can be obtained? He was adamant it could be obtained. We went to the community board. Mr. Booth is correct on several times. I believe 3 was the total, 2 of which I was there, 1 of which was the incident I told you where I couldn't get down from community board 4. We absolutely negotiated with regard to several points. We originally started the application the first time I was there at 4 AM. We backed up to 1 AM during the week and 2 AM on the weekends. The issue of live music came up. We told them we're in a commercial building, that we're only using soft background dinner music, but that's what we use at our other locations, that we will keep the doors closed if we have music. If we don't have music, we'll close them at 10 PM anyway. So we addressed that. We addressed food during all hours of operation. We addressed the scale back in hours, the closure of the front door. We told them this application did not include a sidewalk cafe. I wasn't even sure whether a sidewalk cafe could be obtained. So there was no outdoor portion of this application. It was never discussed that we wanted anything outdoor. There's another thing in the resolution which says that we wanted to remain open after we stopped serving alcohol to 4 a.m. That's also incorrect. We never said we were going to do that. We never said we were going to do that. It doesn't tell you about the hundreds of signatures we gave you in favor of the application.
Well, certainly, that's not his job.
Well, his job is to record a resolution that's accurate. I would say that. Now, even though I disagree with his opinion on the C of O, the resolution should be objective. It should be accurate. It should reflect what's there in favor of it and what's there not in favor of it. You make me do the same when I come here.
Yeah. All right, anything?
Can I have a moment, counsel?
All right, now we're back on the record.
Do you have any questions for these guys? Or can we let Mr. Booth?
Mr. Booth, have at it.
You know, one of the submissions that was made on Friday by Ms. Massey, she had sent me a copy of it. I think that you've got a picture in there that shows a piano player with the doors open in front of the establishment. And, you know, as far as the musicians are right up in the front of the establishment. As far as the...
Oh, I didn't notice that. Hold on, I do have that picture.
It's tilted on its side, I think, and it's...
Okay, go ahead.
The concerns with respect to the outdoor areas, I don't believe that a sidewalk cafe is allowed as of right, but that's not actually what we're addressing. We're addressing the fact that this applicant also holds the lease on an immediately adjacent space, which is a parking lot, and it's a open area, and wasn't forthcoming with what the intentions were as far as using that space. That's one of the concerns that we had. As far as the C of O, look, in this area, this use is not allowed as of right on the ground floor. Use group 6 is not allowed as of right unless it's permission from the city. In this particular case, there was a commercial laundromat that was use group 16, which is a heavy use. There's a problem. They were operating a coin-operated laundromat. They, in the past, I guess there were some discussions with the Department of Buildings, and subsequently they said, okay, you know what? Maybe it's use group 6, and that's how this ended up playing out. But this is not an as-of-right use. So even though the paperwork you now have before you may show that it's an allowed use, it's not as of right, which is why we had that issue from the beginning. And as you can see, you know, that they operated anyway without the permits in place, and they got a violation, which you guys have in front of you.
So what, and this is just for my own edification, clearly, they don't have the C of O yet. You had a temporary one and it expired. So the Department of Buildings, all they do is come in and write a violation and still let you stay there?
This is why we, now you know why this is an issue for us, because, you know, with that, I don't know if this is the place to go into that, but that's precisely why we look for your support when the paperwork is not in place.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to do what they're supposed to be doing. I just find it odd that if a business is open in a location, that it's not allowed to be there, and then they're just going to come in and write a ticket. It's almost like, it's almost letting the unlicensed driver keep driving. It doesn't make any sense.
At the bottom of the ticket that I had given to you, it says, you know, remedy, and it's, you know, it's discontinue use, or
That's it.
get appropriate paperwork. I mean, that's it. And it's not until, from my understanding, that they get the third violation that it's a vacate, or if it's imminent danger, that they'll, you know, vacate order might be posted. As far as the petition, if you look at the petitions, they say, dear neighbors, we are opening a casual organic gourmet eatery offering breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Please support our liquor license application and visit us at our website. We do make reference to the petition in our resolution is number 12 under XII, and you know, we saw the petition, we clearly took it into.
I don't. I mean, I read his petition. I know he's going to give it to me, so I'm not worried that you don't point it out.
As far as the music, I think, you know, Miss Massey really is a person who's right there, addresses the front facade, the opening, that it's not soundproof, and really her concerns in that area. I happen to live a block and a half away from their other licensed premises.
Where's that?
That's
You don't
on
have to
Lower
tell me where you live. I'd rather not know, but the restaurant.
On 2nd Street and on 2nd Avenue, just off the corner. And, you know, it's a nice establishment, but you can hear the music outside every time you walk by. I mean, people in the neighborhood like it, but it is a loud place. The doors and windows are always open, you know, earlier in the evenings. You know, they may not have complaints, but that's what I think that the concerns are, that when the residents in the new location had walked by, that's what their issue was, particularly Ms. Massey. And as far as, you know, the building across the street, I think you can see that their attorney's submission that the building itself has been dealing with these noise issues. People had no idea what this application was for when they signed the petition. The petition's, you know, the most basic information you could have. It was obtained prior to the space being opened. You know, I think that one of the really the main issues here that we had was sort of the credibility of what's going on here, what's proposed here. You know, this started off as everything. Then, you know, we did submissions that they wanted to stay open, serving just food, ending their alcohol service earlier. This is something that we've had this presentation in front of us a number of different times. And these are all the different things that we've heard, and we're not sure what the ultimate intentions are. We're very concerned about the adjacent exterior space, which is, you know, being used for outdoor seating, which was something that we don't have any information about. And, you know, I think that our resolution is pretty complete in why we have reservations regarding this application.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just respond quickly, and I think I can sum this up real quick. As far as a credibility issue, you know, everybody who goes to the community board these days goes with one plan, and then they wind up being asked to change it along the way. Everybody's plans change along the way. I can't think of an application that I don't go to community board 2, 3, 8 with at times where I'm not changing what they're doing because they're.
There's no question about that, but I think what he's
I just
talking about is that the plan was amorphous from the
No,
get-go.
it wasn't amorphous because I was there, and every time they asked me to agree to hours or door or anything else, I did. So let me just make this clear now. My client doesn't want to have problems with the community. She's now willing to forget the music. I won't use music, okay? I won't use music at the premise. She'll show that she's a great neighbor, and then if she really wants, she'll be back here after a year to ask you about music. But right now, she'll take music out of it. The lot on the side was never to be used for outside. It's not going to be.
Then why didn't you just tell him that?
We did. When we were asked about it, we said it's parking cars. It was never part of the application. It was never considered to be.
So they're going to have a parking lot?
It's their parking lot to use.
Do they own the building?
The property on the ground floor, and part of it is a parking lot, and it's not part of this application. The cars.
No, I get that, but what their concern is, and I'm not going to say that they're unreasonable thinking that, is that you're leasing prime real estate in Manhattan for a parking lot?
We are using this as is, yes. It's
And
there.
How big is this lot?
It's half of what, a third of the restaurant. So it's what, 400 square feet?
400 square feet.
I mean, doesn't that,
It's the owner's property, so he wants you to take it, and he wants you to take the parking lot. If,
We're there, we have cars
Yeah.
that service the building, we have deliveries
There.
there, we have landlords.
no, I get that. It just seems like an expensive delivery lot.
but it makes everything easier.
Is the very end of the block, is that the?
Yes. So what we're trying to say to you is, look, we'll stipulate, we're not going to use the outside at all. We'll stipulate to you that we're not going to have music now. So that issue is not even on the table.
Get that closer.
It's right off the corner, you'll see it. Yeah.
Doesn't look like a lot of parking.
That's, I mean, I can't even imagine what that jacks your rent up just because you,
It was, you know what, Mr. Chairman, it was a take it or leave it. I sometimes the landlord is like, take it or leave it. Sometimes I get it where the landlord makes me rent 2 floors above, so there won't be a problem with the tenant, and then he tells me, put your office on the floor between. These are the things that happen. This is Manhattan, so, you know, there are only so many commercial spaces, and it's a landlord telling you what to do. It's a take it or leave it situation, and they took it.
Okay.
And it has a lot of positives. The deliveries come through there. Nobody's stuck on the street making a delivery in front. They're not blocking traffic. So they come in through there. Their people have somewhere to go and park the car, which is another benefit. It's not a hindrance, it's a benefit.
no, but
And it'll clearly,
it's a first for me, I will say that.
Right, okay. But we told them that it was not going to be used as part of the licensed premise. We were very clear about it. And I'm just as clear now, willing to stipulate it. And like I said, my client doesn't want to have any problems with anybody in the community. They don't have problems where they are. So they're willing to stipulate they won't have music. They'll prove to you they're good neighbors.
All right.
And what are the hours that you're aiming for here?
They ultimately said that they would take 1 o'clock during the week and 2 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. And they have food during all hours of operation. You have the resume of the chef there. I mean, this is a food-centric operation, and it's small. This is no way this place is going to be, I believe 38 seats, and it's 975 square feet. This is not a blow-up bar scene. It's just not, it can't be.
All right. Any questions, Chairman? A couple of things I'm not clear about here, but one of them being the C of O and all that kind of stuff. And if I approve of this, I would make all that conditional, of course, to get that cleared up.
We have no problem making it conditional upon the C of O being done. She's gone to extra lengths. In fact, I forgot to address that real quick to answer the chairman's question. We filed for the temporary C of O to get it. We got the temporary C of O. The problem was, as soon as my client got the temporary C of O, based upon the community complaints, I told her I want that clarified so it says eating and drinking, so we don't have any problems. Not the SLA, not the community board. Once she filed that amendment, they would not give her another temporary. So she was caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. That's now signed off. So that violation, she'll go and she'll show them all the paperwork of what was filed, and she'll be fine as far as the architect is concerned.
So she has a new temporary C of O?
No, she's about to get it because they wouldn't issue it until this inspection took place, changing it to eating and drinking establishment.
Which was approved, eating and drinking.
Which
was
is what
approved on paper.
which we showed you. So yes, we
Well,
have
the plans were approved. The C of O was not approved.
No, the change to the C of O, the change to the C of O was filed. We showed you that, it's in the
Right.
exhibit. They actually did the inspection yesterday to approve the plans and the inspection.
Right, but it's not, that's my point. It's not
no.
approved yet.
No, 2 weeks, we're told we'll have the paperwork showing it's approved, not if that was
Okay.
done.
Okay, so the next temporary CO is going to indicate eating and drinking establishment.
It's either going to be a temporary or it's going to be a permanent, which
Permanent.
will indicate that, yes.
Okay.
And it'll clearly say eating and drinking establishment.
So you talked about using this other lot parking. I mean, who drives in Manhattan? I mean,
More than you'd think. They're not driving in Manhattan, they're driving from New Jersey.
No, they're driving from wherever
Right.
wherever the customer may come from for the dining experience, but it also facilitates us if the deliveries come in there. If somebody,
how many
I come in
cars?
from Queens.
How many cars could park there? 5?
It's a small, the lot is only like 450 feet.
And 2 cars by the landlord, so we only have a space for 2 cars.
All right. All right. All right.
So you're letting the landlord park on the place you're
It
leasing?
was part of the deal. Part of the deal was he kept his 2 spots, so whenever he came to Manhattan, he had a place to park. We get the other.
That's what I'm saying. That's how I parked a car in Manhattan. It's ridiculous.
No, so
It's,
this
it's a rent in upstate New York.
I understand. So now you understand the landlord's logic. It's like I get somebody to pay, you get to put your sign up on the side of the building, which you get your permits for, and I get 2 spots, so I never have a problem parking when I'm in Manhattan.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions there, Chairman?
No.
All right.
I think I beat the parking lot to death. Sure.
Sure.
I think that the Judge DeLuglio in his conclusion that if you were going to issue the license, had one of the things, that the applicant had already agreed to was no music, but the other was the hours of operation. And with respect to the front facade, as far as the door.
Yeah, no, I read what he did,
and
what he's saying.
So I was just wondering if you might consider those hours instead, and which I think are more in keeping with restaurant hours, and as far as the specifics on the front facade, on any times that would be closed or what times those would be closed.
Okay, thank you.
Just quickly, we will close the facade at 10 PM like we said we would with the community board, like they would if it was anybody else. And I don't know what the ALJ did because we never got the notice. If I was there, I would have told him exactly what I've told you today. He didn't have the benefit of that knowledge when he made his decision. But we think 1 AM during the week and 2 AM on the weekend is not going to adversely affect anybody. And please note that the condo building 2 doors down gave us a letter saying that they had no opposition at all to this premise. The next building over is commercial, then the first residential building. They gave us the email, which you'll find in F, which says they have no opposition to this place.
Right, but there are people that do.
That's what I'm saying.
One is the letter from the person who owns the building there with rental units that you got, you said that they're even having trouble renting units because it is.
No, I got that. We read all of that. I got it. That's what I'm saying. We have people that are supporting it and people that aren't, which is generally how it goes.
I'm ready to vote here.
Okay.
I would vote to approve on these stipulations again, no music. I mean, quiet recorded background, other than that, you know, I don't see that as a problem, but no dancing or DJs, live music, jukebox, none of that. Installing limiters on music amplifiers, I don't see that you should need that. Am I correct there?
You're correct. We're-
All
It's,
right.
like you said, low background.
So
music.
I wouldn't require that. No sidewalk cafe. All windows and doors to be closed at all times? Is that what you said, or was it 10
We
o'clock?
said 10 PM is what we said. That's usually what the community board agrees to, unless there's some type of music, which there won't be here, where
Right.
they have to be closed.
All right.
Oh, no.
As far as the hours go, I'm willing to go 12 o'clock during the week and 1 o'clock on weekends. And, of course, you have to get all the other proper paperwork that you need, CO and all that kind of stuff. So that's where I'm at.
I'll do the same thing, except the doors and windows have to be closed at all times, unless you can get the community board to sign off on it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I figured he'd like that.
Are you okay with that modification?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Can I give you a list of the stipulations written out, as far as the board, detailed way of what you said to make sure?
Yeah.
that, you guys think-
I mean, he said it, but I'll.
It's pretty much all, if you could just review.
You want me to read them, or?
Well,
Could I see them?
Well, yeah, it's,
as far as.
well,
Trust us.
wait, let's hold on for a second. Are you adding those conditions as well?
These are the same, so. I'm just reading them, make sure that we're all on board.
As far as, I don't just do the job.
Have you ever seen these before?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
These are, you know, most of the language is fairly basic. I just put it together to be helpful and when it's long.
Helpful to you.
Well, it's actually helpful to the applicant because those are the only.
I'm very clear as to what the board wanted.
Well, no, I mean, actually, if they wanted these, I would have gave them all to them, so I'm gonna make that part of it. Yeah, they're not unreasonable.
They're gonna have non-organic things at times when they have specials. Do I have to use the word organic all the time? I mean, there'll be organic things on the menu and there are gonna be some.
No, I don't think you care. Right? As long as the focus is organic.
This is not 7 days a week. We just said it was only on
Right, he changed that. Right here, he wrote that in.
That's not, it's too small. Spoke about televisions. Are you gonna have a television in there?
No, it's not a sports bar.
You can have a television and it not be a sports bar.
No, that's why I asked.
No, I'm. Oh, drink special, right, yeah. Right. Right. So these are stipulations part of the license, as presented by Mr. Booth.
Can I just get a copy of that?
I'll get a copy, yeah.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Booth.
You give me a copy too, please? Next item is 114, Salugist East, Inc.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. I believe we have somebody here to speak in favor of the application. I'll let them go first. I don't see anybody in opposition. If that's okay.
What do you want to do?
I said I don't see anybody here in opposition, but we have somebody in favor of the application. I'd like them to speak first, and then I'll sum up.
Okay.
That's the one I need to talk to.
Hi, my name is Frank Durant. I'm the General Manager and Assistant Secretary for Seward Park Housing Corp.
For who?
Seward Park Housing, we're the landlord. I believe you may have 2 letters that we've written in the
Yes,
past.
yep.
You know, he has been a good tenant, and we're hoping that he can get what he needs to make the business successful. We've had some bad luck in that space, and he's been a great part of the community for the last year. And some of the things that I've put in the letter, will show that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the community board signed off on the live music,
Right,
but don't want you open till 4.
right.
Did they say when the live music had to end?
Well, they said by then our hours were 1 o'clock.
So you could run the live music right out until the end?
1 hour less, yep. So just real quick.
I used to go to your bar a lot. Nancy Whiskey. I used to work down there. I love the place.
So just historically, real quick, there's no 500-foot real
No.
hearing here. And when they first went to get licensed at this location, they worked with the community board in scaling back the hours. The premise that was there before was a 4 a.m. license. So they scaled back the hours. And the community board told them, show you're a good neighbor and you can come back. They showed up in April, I guess about 8 months after they opened, and the community board said it was too soon. Then they waited and went back to the community board after a year. We went back after the year, we showed that we had support, there were people there to testify in favor of the application. Despite our best efforts and in telling them that the 500-foot rule didn't apply in any way, shape, or form, we agreed to all of their conditions, except we wanted the hours of operation. If you look at the 500-foot report, there are only 2 other places within 500 feet. One of those locations is a pizzeria.
It's an RW anyway, isn't it?
No, this is.
Oh, okay.
There's a pizzeria around the corner, which obviously closes early, but right across the street is an operation at 4 a.m.
What's that one?
What's the La Flaca, yeah. So they're open at 4 a.m. So essentially what happens is our customers leave our establishment, go across there, and it dwindles. We don't get them back. You know, they go over there, and then they start to.
And you're 4 a.m. at Nancy Whiskey, right?
They're 4 a.m. at all other operations.
That's impressive.
So they clearly can operate an establishment without having the problems. They've proved that they've done it. I think a tell here is that Community Board 3 didn't even show up today, because when they're really adamant about something, they're here. This was one of those situations where they just didn't want to give us what we asked for.
What kind of live music do you want to add? What kind of bands?
They told them they were going to have like rock and roll bands, anything to play music from the 50s all the way through.
So what's the deal with the hours then? Because that just makes no sense to me.
It didn't make sense to me either. It didn't make sense
Not
to
to
me.
mention he's there.
No.
And he's been there for 60 years.
Well, not at this location. He's at other locations.
Right.
At this location.
No, that's what I mean, but they're familiar with him.
No, absolutely. None of it made sense to any of us. It was almost, I hate to say it, but it was almost like, well, we'll give you this, but we're not going to give you this because we don't give everything to everybody. And we showed them that the operations that they had, their record, how long they've been doing this. Again, people showed up, which is rare at a community board, to show up in favor of it. But we didn't have anybody there to show up against it. It was only people there in favor of the application to speak in favor of the application. And they gave in all their petitions, but nobody showed up. But despite the fact that nobody showed up, the 500-foot rule wasn't applicable. They had the great hit licensing history. They approved what I considered to be the more difficult part of the application, the live music, and didn't extend the hours, especially with a premise right across the street.
All right, so what's the plan with the music as far as hours? I mean, is that going to go to 4 if if the license till 4? The music as well. So the band would play till 3 or 3:30? Yeah. Could you live with 2?
Can I have a minute to go over something with council, please?
Yes.
The record,
You
after
limp?
conference with council.
Yeah, I need Sergeant on my knee.
You and me both. So you can live with 2, you said, or no? All right.
I'm good with 2 as well. It's exactly
No.
what I was thinking.
It's
4 closed, 2 music.
music ends at 2.
Yeah.
2.
And then the music is obviously approved as well, since the community board didn't have a problem with that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hey,
Very nice
Chris,
day.
what kind of license is the RL?
It's a restaurant liquor, generally.
Oh, it's an old one? That's the old?
But yeah, if you went back prior to OPs, there was TL and RLs.
Oh.
And ELs and,
Yeah, and ELs.
all right, the next item, 136, BOC Group LLC. Mr. McGrath was just here.
Boredom.
I tend to do that to people, so.
136.
136.
It's not going down. Those guys.
I told him he had the next item.
What's he going to do with this?
Slowly clearing the
He
house.
has an argument to make regarding the ALJ's findings.
All right, well, let's start.
No, we're not. 101, Penn Entertainment LLC. What? Right, this is one of them.
No, this isn't.
You saw, hold on.
This is a Max Bookman.
Hold on, let me get the sign-in sheet. Was it 102 you signed? Okay, 102. It's Berbice Bar and Restaurant.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Happy New Year.
You too. Go ahead.
This one, as well as the other one, the other default was on December 28th. I have, in 7 years that I've been doing liquor licenses, I've never missed an appointment with the SLA. I'm asking a request of the default because I was sick and I could give you documentation. I had oral surgery and they had to reopen, and I thought it was going to go into my brain, and I was really sick last month. So I came in, and as you can see, I'm still a little coughing, but not, I've never missed an appointment here. So this would be a first impression to the authority with me. I don't ask for default, things like that.
But you called them on the day of the hearing to say you were sick.
Yeah, because it had gotten worse because.
And you indicated that you had the flu, not oral surgery.
Yeah, because it's going in, it was here, and then it went into my sinuses, and it was starting to turn into the bronchitis and flu-like symptoms, so it just turned into a mess. So, but on the other one, I also.
I just want to make sure that I'm following the correct one.
I'm on 102.
102, okay.
They're both the same we're on for the same day.
118 is the other one, and it's the same issue.
And on 118, I actually.
Well, we're not on 118,
Okay.
we're on 102, so I don't know, what do you want to do?
I would suggest not reopening the default, especially on 118, and I would suggest just imposing something, but I don't mind if Ms. Taveras has something in mind, at least on 102. It's not the end of the world at this place.
102 is Berbice, or is it
Correct,
Floridita?
Berbice.
Berbice. She has a valid argument. She's having some issues with a restaurant on the corner, and everything's being attributed to her. She has video. I just want an opportunity to present it to the ALJ. I'm not, this is a new operator.
No, but you can't call the day of the hearing. You didn't fax anything to us.
When I called, I spoke to the person. I've never done this before, so
But you've never asked for an adjournment before? I mean,
I've asked for
You're
adjournment.
supposed to deal with the hearing bureau for the adjournments, not the prosecutor.
Since I've never done this before, I just don't do this.
well, I'm not going to reopen this. I'll sustain 1 and 2. I'll decrease the fine as a result of,
What is the fine?
I'm going to make it right now. I had 4,000, I'm going to make it 2,000.
Okay, that's fine. That's Berbice, correct?
2,000
Yes.
fine.
And then
Okay.
for 118,
She wants to settle it anyway, so if we could come out of here with a fine,
If, Ms. Taveras, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this particular location.
Which
If I
one,
re-
Mr.
Oh, I'm so
Rial?
sorry. No, I'm sorry. Floridita,
Uh-huh.
right. This is the one where we've had CNCs, defaults, they've been sent back to council. I'm not even going to comment on what happened this day where.
No, we haven't had any defaults. We were going to meet to discuss it, and then she changed her mind. She said, you know what, I don't want to fight. We admit that, we don't want to have officers here telling us that this is Sonia from Floridita.
no, I think council is talking about the
Procedurally?
history,
The history of this.
not just this
particular-
particular one, the history of this
I
one.
think the ALJ's decision says what needs to be said, so I think the members are well aware. I would strongly suggest this default's not reopened, but then I'll defer to the members as to what happens.
No, did you read this decision?
I never got it.
Well, it indicates that your behavior was less than professional.
Me?
Well, I obviously was not there, but.
Sorry, me?
Yeah. The ALJ said that your conduct can best be described as disturbingly unprofessional. You badgered and argued with witnesses. She displayed hostility and refused to cooperate despite repeated admonishments to conduct herself professionally.
Well, that's a
Find that
surprise to
her
me.
that's a big word, obstreperous behavior was calculated to frustrate the flow of the hearing, create a sloppy and useless record, and to cause delay and distractions.
I guess it wasn't my best day.
Apparently.
No, I don't,
That's her, how she feels too.
no, I don't have, if that's how she felt, I mean. You
Is
know
there a
what-
personal issue between you and ALJ Harvey, or
Absolutely not, but,
or you and Miss, who did this? Alexandra Abramsky? Yeah.
This is my issue. This location has been, and I'm actually in a frustration mode. Sonia's a great operator. She's had some issues. It's obvious the police came. We had no problem. I'm not arguing with the police being there, but they were making allegations, and the person sitting there was taking it personally. She's like, Well, what does the SLA want from us? We put our lives on the line, we close up, we
I
have-
want, what do you mean, what do I want?
No, no, I know
I
she
don't want
doesn't mean that way.
disorder. I don't want the police to have to respond. I don't want there to be lack of supervision. I want your security guards to be licensed. I don't want dancing when it's illegal.
They're not doing that, they haven't been to
Well,
that
I mean, it's
location in
clear
8
what we
months.
want.
That's exactly what I told her. You know, and the police has not been out there 8 months. And when I met with the police department, the 72nd precinct in Brooklyn, they just wanted her to meet with them. All this just for the police department to meet with them and go over and make sure that they try to follow
Is
what.
this supposed to be a restaurant?
It is.
Well, there's testimony that remains open late when it becomes a lounge with strobe lights, loud music, and people coming and going like it's a nightclub.
It's not a nightclub.
So people are dining with strobe lights?
It's cultural. The nights go low.
But see,
after
that's
2
not
a.m.
legal. That's the problem. You keep telling me it's cultural. Great. But it's not legal, so go and get someone to change the law. Because just because it's cultural doesn't mean I have to allow it.
But I don't know what strobe lights mean. They lower the lights at 2 a.m. because
It means
diners don't want that
blinking
type of.
lights that make you have a headache.
Well, I will address that with her because I don't think they have that anymore. The police department hasn't been there since we don't have any issues at that location anymore. And we met with the precinct. They see that everything has been changed night and day.
Anymore, some of these charges are from just in June.
Yeah, they haven't been there since June. I think that's a great, after getting, because they wanted them to.
It's a 6 months.
All right, I think I've said, listen, the one thing I will tell you, because you don't have a right to practice here.
Mhm.
If I read one of these things again, because this woman is a pretty well-respected ALJ in my mind, and if I read that your behavior in a hearing is like that again, you won't be practicing here. That I can guarantee you. I was going to cancel this, but because it's been clean for 6 months,
Well, there's defaults that have been paid in the last 6 months, so I just want to make that clear.
there's defaults pending?
No, that have been paid, that have been, like, I see payments in the system, so I just wanted to be clear about that.
They have been paid, though.
Both of them say, I see payments on both of them.
All right, I'll do 12,000. What did we do on the last?
The last violation that they had was, I think, 3 or 4.
1,500.
1,500?
Well, I'll do 10,000.
Yeah, I was going to offer that, 10,000.
10,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have to sustain those charges?
And it's a default.
Yeah. Oh,
They're
just a
deemed sustained.
Okay.
And I apologize, Chairman Bradley.
You don't owe me one.
No,
You
no,
owe her one.
I have to email her and send her an apology. I don't.
All right, the next item, 136, BOC Group LLC.
I apologize, I was downstairs. I thought Mr. Flynn would take a little longer than he did.
Hey, you've been back and forth, Kevin, huh?
It was what?
Good afternoon.
It's been back and forth, I see.
Good afternoon.
We're here on 2 charges. I'm interested in discussing with you the first charge, which is that a regularly used entrance to the school is within 200 feet. I've submitted, and by the way, I was ill, and actually I'm going to the hospital this afternoon, but
Really?
I submitted, yes, I thought it was a flu. It turned out that it's not a flu, so they're doing an MRI this afternoon. to
Oh,
see
good luck.
So it's not contagious, so you could.
Well, there's no guarantee. Well, I don't know that that's been proven either.
In any event, we're here because there's a question as to the distance between an exit or a door to the school. The door to the school is not regularly used. And my letter to you dated January 22nd indicates that it's not regularly used, and it is an emergency door. I have photographs. I've given the photographs to the judge on 2 different occasions. It's clear that you must open this door from the inside, so an egress door, an ingress door, which the law covers, the ABC law covers, has to be opened from the outside. There's a lock and
Can I see the picture? Do you have the picture?
But the school said that it's being used for a means of
yes.
both entrance and exit.
Actually, I don't have doubt that it's been used. And I will show you why it's been used.
They leave it open.
No, because it goes to this, here. It goes to the door on the first picture is here. It's clear, but it goes into an area which is a schoolyard. And the second picture shows that
So what you're saying,
the traffic.
it's not an entrance to the street, it's an entrance to the schoolyard?
Yeah, but there's a door handle on it
Yes, but
from
that
the
door-
outside.
That door can't be opened from the outside. If you take a look at that picture,
And there's a lock. There's a key lock.
that's right. It's the only way you have to have a key to get into that. You can't just go up and open it. Take a look at.
But the school is telling us that they use this not just as egress, but also ingress.
Well, I have.
I mean, right? Is that correct?
What I see in the decision.
I have photographs right here, which at 7:50, 8 o'clock in the morning, it's not being used.
Well, it doesn't have to be used every day, all day. It just has to be used regularly. Right. Well, you're there for an hour? That doesn't mean it's not used.
No, I'm not saying it's not used. It's used to go in and out of the
Playground.
playground. Okay, that's not.
But can you get outside from there?
Yes, you can when this gate is open.
Well, then that's all that matters, to me. If they're using it every day, it doesn't matter if they're using it to leave the playground. As long as you can leave the playground from that door, then to me, that's all that matters. I mean, am I wrong there?
Can,
I don't believe so.
What?
Council, can we
Oh, okay.
chat about this in the back for a second?
All right, give us a minute.
Let me-
So We were just outside discussing it with the council. You can take those two if you want. No, I see the bars, but to me, well, we'll get into that.
And I just say, I don't mean to interrupt
ahead.
you, but the material that the State Liquor Authority sends out says that the distance to be determined use only entrances that are regularly used to give ingress to the student. And then it says emergency, fire exits, and maintenance exits are not to be considered. This is truly an exit sign, an exit. It's not an entrance, because if you take a look at the material that I've sent, that I've given you, and you've graciously accepted it, it shows that the entrance to and all the security equipment is around the block. It's not even on that street. So you see two children walking in at the same time that the picture was taken of the exit sign, and there's no activity there. As a matter of fact, all the buses and all the personal cars drop their children here. And if you take a look at one of the exhibits, you'll see that next to the exit sign, there are cars parked bumper to bumper.
But you made all these arguments to the ALJ, I assume.
I did.
Yeah,
but-
so, I
but
mean,
sometimes people make mistakes, and that's why I
no question, but I'm not going to review the factual findings that, that the ALJ made. But on top of that, when we were outside, I was informed by our former counsel, actually, that consistently in situations like this, we have, when the door is used regularly, which the school is saying it is, we have found that the 200-foot law applies. So I don't know, you're welcome to appeal it, but at this point, we really don't have an option but to cancel and bond. Now, from what I understand, they've already received an RW, so it shouldn't affect their operations at all, but.
That's right. We are operating as wine and beer, and.
Now, they obviously can go for legislation and try to get a carve out, or you can appeal this decision, but I think this decision is consistent with what we found in the past. So I'm going to sustain both charges and cancel and bond. And I'm glad that their business won't be affected. I mean, that was the smart move to do.
Cancel, we've already,
It's the termination of the OP license, which is moot because it's already expired.
So it's canceling for the record.
For the record
Yeah.
only.
Yeah, for the
It's-
record.
that's right.
Yep.
Right, no money.
Oh, no bond left?
Oh, is there a bond?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
it's
yeah,
up
that's-
to you
yeah.
if you want to take it, yeah.
No, I won't even take the bond. Just cancel it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Cancel, yeah. And I would get some clarification from the school about that entrance, if I was going to go any further with this, if I were you. I mean, because it does say that they use it as a means of both entrance and exit for all students.
We
So-
have no issue with that.
Yeah.
The issue is regularly used for entrance to the school. They use that exit to go out and play when they have,
And
when
that's what I'm-
there's good weather, out into the playground. It goes directly to the playground. It's not an ingress into the school.
And that's a point of clarification you might want to go after, but it leaves us no other choice to make the decision that we
Right,
did
but
today.
if you see, the principal did not say that.
Yep, all right.
Thank you.
All right, and good luck at the hospital today. Hope all goes well. All right. All right, all right.
Ready to go forward?
Yes.
101.
Dismiss 1 and dismiss 2. Is there a reason that she didn't do a summation here? I'm sorry, no, I don't know who would have done it, but we never submitted a summation.
Yeah, I'm not
so-
sure.
But what,
Yep.
but dismiss 1 and dismiss 2.
Dismiss.
104.
Accept.
Accept.
Okay. 105. The penalty, this is actually the one that Mr. Veras was asking about. That penalty that was due, it's a suspension on the adverse history. the suspensions to be imposed on the 30th, although apparently they now have the money to pay the fine, so.
The sale of minor that they owed, they now have the money to pay the fine?
That's what she claims.
4 sales in 4 months, Jesus. I'll accept. That's it, though.
Yeah, last chance for gas. Yep.
106,
Accept.
Accept.
107, 108.
Accept.
Just, so you know, there is a transfer pending for this application. Do you want to see the new one to come to the full board based on all the history of minors?
Yes. And then who's buying?
It's just kind of walk away with a cancel and bond.
109,
43 years.
Oh, I didn't even see that. That's a good point. I'll accept. I was going to counter, but I'll accept.
Accept.
110,
9,000.
That's what I had, 9,000.
111,
2,500.
2,500.
112,
Accept.
2,000, accept. Someone in the office isn't paying attention.
117,
Accept.
Accept.
120,
I'll grant reconsideration. I'm assuming, I kind of wanted an explanation, but
What, from us?
no, from
I
the
can't offer
lawyer
one.
about what actually went on here.
Well, we never notified them that the renewal was disapproved in 2015. I think it's,
Okay. So you don't have a
like
problem?
I said, I
with
have
it.
no words.
All right,
We'll figure it out.
granted.
We'll get them licensed.
Okay.
you good to go with that, Commissioner?
Yes.
All right. 122,
Accept.
Accept.
123,
Accept.
Accept.
124,
Accept.
Accept.
125,
Accept.
Accept.
126,
Accept.
Accept.
127,
Accept.
Accept.
129,
Accept.
Accept.
132,
Accept.
4,000, accept.
133,
Accept.
Accept.
134,
This place is suspended,
Accept.
right?
What?
This place is suspended, so.
For other,
Other reasons.
Yeah, but I'll just accept the letter of warning.
Okay. Accept.
135,
Sustain 1, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond, sustain.
137,
Is this correct?
I think that it probably is incorrect, but
So legally, we have to prove the case with an official document?
not necessarily. I think that's incorrect.
So is it worth?
That is something that I leave to your discretion.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I'll dismiss.
I wondered about that too. You don't have to.
I mean, we could overturn it, but it's not the end of the world if we don't.
All right. Dismiss.
138,
1,000.
This one, what is this one? Jason W. Harney. What
It's a
is that?
solicitor permit. They work for a wholesaler.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's a permit holder.
I didn't understand what that was.
he's
Okay.
probably not working there anymore.
Right.
You're good with that?
Yes.
139,
I just want to make sure everybody read the facts here.
Yeah. Sustain 1, 2, and 3, revoke and bond. This is actually one of the best decisions that I've seen since I've been here.
Yeah.
Broken bond.
Taking, of course, Chris's decisions out.
Oh, yeah.
Present company excluded.
But that was pretty clear.
140,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
141,
Sustain 1, 2, and 3, cancel and bond.
Ditto.
142,
I had 1,000. Why?
All right, counter 1,000.
143.
Accept.
6,000 accept.
145.
Accept.
Accept.
You good with us just doing a complete corporate change, I think, to his father? That's what's going on with
Yes.
this. Yeah.
He resigned as officer now, and father has it all now, so.
Well, it's,
Yes.
it's unclear on us.
that's
They,
fine.
yeah, you're right. What if we
140,
disapprove it?
146.
Accept.
Promises. 6,000 accept.
147.
Accept.
Over 3 years, yeah, accept.
155.
I had some questions for, I'm going to deny, I had some questions. Then
This was
she's obviously not here to answer them, so. We canceled the previous licensee here, and there was an availing as well previously that I needed to investigate, so I'm going to deny. No one showed up.
Denied.
157. This is the license that you summarily suspended this morning.
The Untouchables.
Well, I canceled and bonded, so. Counter, cancel, and bond.
Cancel and bond.
What? You don't think I can do that?
No, I would suggest, and this is me speaking out of turn again, take the offer so they have disciplinary history for your next case.
That's fine with me, too.
All right, I'll accept.
7,500 accept.
158. And now I'll shut up.
Accept.
Accept.
159.
$1,000 only because of their clean record.
Yep.
159?
Yeah.
Since 1993.
Yeah, disorderly premises, no contest of fault,
He's
1,000.
talking about the sale to minor,
You
that's
just said
not
they have a
paid
clean
yet.
record. They've got a sale to minor.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I knew that, but I mean,
All right.
they're only charging 25 years.
Okay, doke.
Arguing over dog food, too. It's funny.
God, you're really harsh.
You're tough today, Tom.
160.
I question if this guy meant to plead no contest,
Yeah, I couldn't see that either.
because
Yeah, I think he was, you want to plead not guilty.
so what do we do?
I would.
Given the letter, it looks like he wanted to plead not guilty.
You can still return to
send it
counsel.
back. See what,
All right, send it back and just confirm the plea, because he writes that there's no proof.
yeah.
So that would be,
Back to council.
161.
accept.
61 accept.
162 and 163.
I'm gonna call this guy in. I'm not taking less than 25,000, given the history. Is this a bad case?
This is the one that we talked about this morning.
Oh. All right, then I'll accept.
11,000 accept.
Last one.
164.
1,500.
1,500.
165.
Letter of warning.
Out of warning.
166.
I'll accept only because they've got a bad history.
Accept.
Otherwise, that would be a letter of warning.
167.
Revoke and bond. No prescription.
Open bond.
So that's a counteroffer.
No.
No, they're only offering revocation.
Oh, that's fine. I'll accept the offer.
We're probably going to take the claim on the other case if they don't pay, so.
Right.
Yep.
168.
Letter of warning. This was a party for the mayor,
Yeah.
and they were playing euchre. Letter of warning.
Never heard of that game before. It was
You-
called-
It's from Ohio.
Euchre?
Commissioner.
Euchre, never
Yeah.
heard of it.
You'll hear about it from Zone 3.
Yeah, definitely.
You okay with that, Commissioner?
Yes,
All right.
absolutely, yes.
169,
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
171,
Accept.
71.
I would just withdraw 3 and 4.
Well, right, withdraw 3 and 4, accept, sorry.
and 173 and 174 going back to council's office?
No, actually, so after discussing this, we're going to accept this offer.
I'll accept, well, you're going to accept, so, and then I'm going to accept.
And the attorney,
Yeah, that's, yeah.
and the
Yes.
attorney knows, okay.
So 173, 174, we're accepting $7,500 offer?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. The guards are animals.
175, 176, 177,
I'll accept.
10,000 accept.
178,
Accept.
2250 accept, yeah.
179,
Accept.
Accept.
180,
Cancel and bond. Place is a mess.
180, cancel and bond.
181, 182,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
183,
Accept.
Accept.
187,
Accept.
Accept.
188,
Accept.
Accept.
189's been adjourned to now to the 6th. 192, 193,
Accept.
Accept.
195,
Cancel and bond, accept.
Cancel and bond, accept.
196,
Accept.
Accept.
197,
We've revoked this,
Yeah,
so
is this an offer? Oh, so it doesn't matter if I cancel this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll accept.
Just cancellation and no bond, or no
the
claim?
bond,
He's gone.
was gone on the revocation.
no, the bond's not gone.
Oh.
For whatever reason, the last time there wasn't a bond claim imposed. So the bond's still out there.
Yeah, but there would have to be a counter.
Yes,
So I'm just getting rid of it.
okay.
So no bond claim, just cancel?
Right, just
Yeah.
cancel, yep.
Okay.
198,
Accept.
Accept.
199,
Accept.
7,500 accept.
200,
Why shouldn't this be cancel and let them reapply?
I do not have an answer.
All right, I'll accept.
5,000 accept.
204. I emailed Mr. Weinstein to tell him that he needed to be here with this client to address you wanted them here to find out why they never took care of the endorsements before.
And what'd he say?
I never heard back from him.
All right, I'll accept, and if we don't hear from them, let me know.
5,000 accept.
Last time I have is 2004A, 204A. So we need to set a hearing date, and actually approve publishing them in the register, and then setting a hearing date. And I'm suggesting you do the hearing in conjunction with a full board meeting, rather than as a separate meeting.
My only fear with that is I'm expecting there to be significant, am I wrong in that? Significant outcry by
Also-
some parties.
Just with the upcoming schedule, the full board meeting, there's going to be more licensing backed up to coming before you. Can't guarantee, I don't want any more delays on my licensing.
If you want to
Worried
do it,
about who shows up.
if you want to do it separately, then you have to designate who's going to do the hearing, and then that person's going to have to prepare a report for the full board to have.
Do a second day, full board hearing, special day.
All right, well, let's just do it. What's the date you have proposed?
I talked to council, we were discussing the 18th of April,
When am I getting my thing done? March?
beginning of
March. All right, we'll do it then. We'll see what the calendar looks like. If it looks crowded, then maybe we'll just move it to the next day.
but we can continue the meeting to the, yeah.
Oh, there are limits on that. All right, I'll approve these for, what do I have to do? Approve them for publication?
You're approving it for publication as proposed rules in the register and setting the hearing date with the.
Has anyone seen these yet, Jackie, besides us?
No, this is for publication.
Uh,
It's in
No,
there.
I know, I'm just wondering if you've
No,
chatted with anybody.
We've actually had inquiries.
No, but I mean, you didn't chat, like, as far as, I'm just wondering what the response
I
has
did not
been.
go out of house on this.
All right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, I approve them for publication, and then, we can do it on that board hearing.
I approve as well.
All right, I don't have any other items on the calendar? There's nothing else? All right, we're adjourned.